Hey, what's going on, guys? Xbox on China, host Sega Forever here with the Wrecking Crew podcast. Like I said, I try and keep this stuff consistent. Hopefully, we'll get some people to jump in. I already sent out the invitations. It's going to be talking not about anything in specifics, but there's a lot of stuff we need to talk about, man. It's been a crazy day. Just this Friday alone, it's been a crazy week, to be honest. Both on the entertainment side as well as the gaming side. I'll touch a little bit on the entertainment stuff as we wait for the guys. But basically, like I said, this is a gaming podcast. And dude, that was a crazy, crazy week. Hopefully, you guys got to catch up with the other fellas out there doing the Xbox, doing the good deed of Xbox. A lot of the podcasts and the videos that they're putting out were awesome. Glad to see the participation is rising, that the participation is high. These guys actually deserve that support. I mean, they've been carrying water for the Xbox brand on this gaming streets for a long time. But just bear with me, guys. I'm going to make sure that I send out all the invitations to everyone. I'm pretty sure I did. But I feel kind of bad because I haven't been able to play a lot of the games. As you guys know, if you have Game Pass, man, there's just a plethora of games that you could be playing right now across the board. The interesting thing to me is that I listen to a lot of people talk about Game Pass, and not the people that actually use Game Pass or own an Xbox, the people that just comment on gaming in general, and they love to say how Xbox has no games or Game Pass is actually just a rental service or it's for broke gamers and stuff like that. But as a person who has Game Pass and uses it regularly or as much as I can, it's a little bit hard if I'm being honest. Hey, realist, what's up, dude? Yeah, I'm just trying to put this thing together really quickly. Trying to start off a little early. I got something to do later on tonight. Got off of work. Kids are kind of under the weather, so I got to keep an eye on them. But I figured I'd do it now. Hopefully, some of the guys can join. If not, I can roll it solo, man. Just take some questions and stuff like that. No biggie. Like I said, Fridays are ideal time for me, but not necessarily for everybody else in the group that joins on. And the stigma of the Insomniac podcast is weighing heavy on this channel's reputation. So I'm going to try and do it a little bit earlier and then keep the time down. I mean, I'll be honest with you though, man. It doesn't bother me how long it runs. Just for the simple fact that I miss Google Hangouts, where I kind of cut my teeth on this type of videos or doing these type of broadcasts. And Google Hangouts was just fun. I just enjoy doing them because it's just a bunch of guys getting together and talking. Kind of like Xbox Live used to be for me. I don't get to do that as much, man, because of the time differences and stuff like that. When I lived in the mainland or the continental U.S., because I live in Hawaii, but when I was in the continental U.S., yeah, it was a lot of fun, dude. You'd have parties and stuff. You on Twitter? Yeah, bro, I'm on Twitter. It's hold on, let me bring on my Twitter account. Wait, hold on, brother. I don't know if I sent this to you. I just want to make sure I sent this to E-Rock if he wants to jump on. One second, dude. Twitter. I want to make sure my thing is correct. Yeah, Sega Forever. Or at Sega Forever 1. At SEGA 4 EVA 1. That's who I am. Dude, let me fire up YouTube real fast so I can track. Let's see. Yeah, that's kind of why I like to do my stuff. I try to set everything up before, but I'm just going. Yeah, I'm just kind of going in. Yeah, there you go. Okay. I think Hebot's gonna join in. Really want to bring him in on the podcast. I know he tries to stop by. My brother's busy. He's got a lot going on with his family and personal as well. I'm the same boat, dude. I had a lot of stuff going on. My knee's been jacked up all week. It's been actually that way for the last 3 weeks. But this last week, man, has been really painful. Dude, how come I can't see this? All right, okay, we're here. But I actually wanted to get Hebot in here, especially because a lot of the stuff that's going on, or that's been going on all week long, man. Hebot's been dealing with this for since the Xbox One launch, and as long as I've known him. I mean, if you guys out there don't know, man, Hebot was like basically like the OG of Xbox on these gaming streets. Fighting the good fight on social media and on YouTube for the longest time. And, the interesting thing about Hebot, man, is some people might say he's opinionated and stuff like that, which he is, but a lot of the stuff he says, if not all of the things he says, I've never known him to be wrong about anything. And for a lot of people who try and challenge him, the problem they have with challenging Hebot, kind of like with myself or somebody like 100 or Iraq, um, and Sega Man. And I'm not disparaging the other guys too. I'm just saying, if you've been playing games as long as we have, dude, it's not about research or looking stuff up. It's just that we were there. We were there in the beginning. I'm sure a lot of you guys are the same way. Most definitely, man. If you guys have been playing, dude, I've been playing games over 40 years. I remember being in the arcade, sitting down playing games like Mooncrest. And that's back in the day. Like when I was growing up here in Hawaii, there's only one place that had video games. There's a place in Haleiwa called or Wailua called Hank's Barbershop. And you'd have to pedal past all the sugar cane and plantation, everything, and then you go up to where the local school was, and Hank's Barbershop was up on the hill. You walk up there, and you go in there, and then they'd have video games. So of course, not having money and stuff, but this dude was really cool, man. He was actually the barber as well, but he had like the sit down video games, man. He had Space Invaders, Moon Cresta, Galaxy. Those are the three games that he had, and that's what all the people would play. And he was cool, man. He would actually. This is how I know. Like if you open up, where you drop the quarters. If you have the key, you open up that little latch, and then you open up into the inside, man. You can just tap that trigger, and you can get credits, and he give us credits for free because you like playing games too. He was just a really cool dude, and that's the first time I ever played video games. And I loved it so much, I was hooked, dude. We spent hours there because he was such a cool dude. And for a lot of you guys who grew up in arcades back in the day, man, you walk out of, it'd be daylight, you come out into the sunlight, dude, you close your eyes, you can still see the patterns of all the games that you were playing. And that's old school stuff. Yeah, what's up, realist? Yeah, the fight is over, dude. Yeah, you're asking me if I'm on Twitter. I am, man. It's Sega Forever. That's Sega Forever 1. But yeah, I wouldn't, dude, I wouldn't have missed any of the stuff on Twitter this week, man. It's been so crazy. It's been fun to watch. It's been fun to experience, especially after all these years, dude. It's been a I mean I'm fine. I know a lot of people that were in the Xbox community when Xbox One first kicked off in 2013, and all the rough patches that we had to go through. I mean, no matter what, dude, I was always Team Xbox. I made a decision with the Xbox One. I was Team Xbox. Yeah, you want to join? Yeah, hold on, man. Let me see. Hold on, bro. Let me check it out. You should pop up on my thing. Ah, there you are. Okay, I'm following you back. Hmm. Hold on, bro. Nah, no, sorry about the dead air, guys. See if I can get you in here, brother. Yeah, I definitely want to talk about this. There's been a I sent you a link, dude, if you want to jump in. Yeah, this is actually pretty early for me, so I think some of the guys are like, they might be shocked that they might be working or might be doing other stuff. Because you know me, man. Normally we do this podcast like super late. I mean, at least for everybody else, man. Sometimes we go into the wee mornings, and I feel bad, man. You know, these guys do me a favor by jumping on, but I don't blame them, man. I mean, we got stuff to do. If I wasn't doing this, man, I'd be playing my games, trying to catch up, because I haven't really had a chance to do it or play games this week. Yeah, because it's probably not going to be a long podcast. I mean, if the guys jump in, it'll probably be longer than normal. But if it's just going to be me, the only thing I really want to talk about is everything that's going on this weekend, or this week going into the weekend, because it was crazy, man. Man, if you're a Sony PlayStation guy, I feel sorry for you in a way. I do. Nah, not really. I mean, you guys kind of made your own bed, so you got to lay in it. But dude, the emotional roller coaster these guys are going through right now, it just blows my mind. Sent to messages. But the emotional roller coaster these guys are suffering from this week is, dude, it's funny, but it's also sad. Especially since like within this week, man, they were like, if they start off the week kind of low, that they be following the news cycle, then their spirits go high, then they start talking trash, and then it takes a day like Friday where everything just falls apart for them, just on one, well not one, but a news stories that released concerning the CMA, and basically them saying that they're not gonna look at this Activision King Blizzard deal and Microsoft acquisition of Activision Blizzard and King. Not going to look at it from a console perspective. We're just going to focus on the cloud service and stuff like that, which is uncharted territory, which is kind of funny to me, right? That they decided not to look at it completely, and so they basically follow the formula of the European Union and how the EU was looking at it, which is kind of cool, man. The EU in itself was probably the most professional of all the regulatory agencies that are out there. And I'll talk about the regulatory agencies here in a second. But the EU probably had the most common sense, level headed approach to what they were looking at. You could actually tell when they release their findings that they're being very professional about it, that they're actually looking at the actual evidence that was presented in front of them, not just listening to what people are saying. Of course, they take all that stuff into consideration on both sides, which was cool. Right, they had that balance, which is important. But when it came to their findings, man, you can tell that they looked at it from a business perspective, um, within their authority of what they can and cannot do. And I thought it was interesting because even in their findings, you could see that they weren't themselves sure, which is basically the problem with a lot of regulatory agencies. They just don't, a lot of the stuff that they look at, they don't have hands on because that's not really their job, right? They're supposed to interpret things, right? And in doing so, to be as unbiased as possible. But as you can see in the case of the CMA, well, at least until now, until today, you saw them taking a lot of consideration of what Sony was saying. And if I were them, man, I'd be really upset. Hey, what's up, Tool Man? Welcome to the podcast, bro. Hopefully the guys show up, man. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to join in. I'm kind of doing this a little bit early, so they could be doing stuff. I talked to Hebot earlier, so I sent him a link already. Hopefully he'll jump in, like I was saying earlier in the podcast, man. I really want Hebot to come in, just for the simple fact to give his perspective and give his thoughts and to take a bow more or less. Because Hebot's been preaching this for the longest time, ever since I've known him, and even before that. I became friends with Hebot through the Xbox community online. He actually reached out to me, and I've been doing some videos and stuff. And of course, the community back then was a lot closer. And he reached out to me. We started talking. Man, I was just blown away by his wealth of knowledge, especially when it comes to Sega. I didn't know too many people that know a lot about Sega, at least more than me. Most people I come across don't know that much about Sega, or at least don't follow Sega as hardcore as I do, especially back in the day. I'm not so much like that now. But he blew my mind when we talked. In fact, we talked for a couple of hours, and it was funny, man. It was typical Hebot, man. He was doing a family function at the time, which was cool, and I've known him ever since. And we do these podcasts too. We talk online, but we also talk personally. So yeah, hopefully he joins, man, because the thing about Hebot is he also, it's not so much that he was putting all the great information on there, man, but he took a lot of punishment too. And he took a lot of punishment from not just people on the opposite side, which you expect. And these guys are nasty. That's why I can't stand the Sony fan base at all. Because you have two types of people in the Sony fan base. You have like the really psychotic. You guys know who these guys are, right? The hardcore psychotic ponies. And then you got those Sony guys that basically will sit back there and let it happen instead of saying something and checking their own fan base. So that's the type of fans we were dealing with in the beginning. And these guys are also bandwagon jumpers, right? Anything. I'm not talking about the YouTube guys just did it to get clicks. That's a whole other type of video that we could go over that about. But it was basically all these guys that are in that Sony community, and because the things were good for them, the media would impress them, right? They were living on console sales and all this stuff, all these narratives that they were running. And the sad thing about it, it wasn't even to better their console or better their company. And you see that happening now. All of this stuff is coming up now. How Sony is like, they're looking old. They look like non-flexible, unable to adapt. And one of the reasons why it's like that for them is because they can't. They spent like over a decade, you know, basically trying to, keep gaming the way it is. I know E-Rock made a video earlier talking about re-releases and stuff like that. Oh, sorry about the background noise. But he was basically talking about all this stuff, man, and how it's holding gaming back. And that's how I felt about Sony for the longest time, because they don't really bring anything to the table anymore, man. You guys know as much as I do, right? If you guys look at it, right, Sony does not innovate. I mean, they kind of never have. They brought some stuff to the gaming, and they brought some things to gaming, but those things that they brought to gaming is the stuff we're suffering from now, right? This is why you deal with certain gamers that we have now in these gaming streets, because the generation has basically grew up on PlayStation, and they have that PlayStation mentality when it comes to games developing, the way the industry should be. What up, Lewis, man? Welcome, brother. I saw you commenting in the other. I was in the other podcast as well. Dude, the chats have been fire, man. You guys are amazing. Where's that dude? Green? Is that Green Bay? Is that what you're saying? Dude, welcome, bro. That's far away from me. Sony is not out here. Yeah, Realist is saying the same thing. Fight is now over. Yeah, dude, you could tell, man. Those ponytails are real. Yeah, did you guys see Dreamcast? Dreamcast, dude. I don't watch his channel or his videos. I can't look at him, dude, because he's wearing the Dreamcast hat. It takes all I could to just watch little clips of him that people post on Twitter. Dude, I just want to slap that cap off his head. That dude is not a Sega guy at all. Yeah, they're done, dude. And look, the deal is not official yet and stuff like that, but for all intent and purposes, and you see all the right people coming up now. You see all the people that were saying that it was done being kind of vindicated on our side, and then of course all the analysts that were out there talking about it, who took it as a professional take on it, which I appreciate more than anything, any type of Sony pony post on social media, to be sure. Yeah, what's up? It seems, hey there, Sega for having a real list. Yeah, what's up there? It seems like the battle has been won. Today was a good day for Xbox gamers and gamers all over who will get access to more games. Sony has lost finally. Yeah, that's a good point there. I didn't say that either. I'm glad you did though, because I've been just focusing on the Xbox side. But it is a good day. It's a good day for everybody. If you're just a regular gamer, right? You're a regular gamer that I saw somebody from Japan excited because they finally got their Xbox. They've been waiting for it for a long time. And the first thing they took a picture of their Xbox, and the next thing they put up, it was in Japanese, but it was a Game Pass logo, right? And they just shot that right up our guys. So that's what they're going to be playing. And that's what it's all about. This is why Sony couldn't win this battle, right? Because for like I talked to Hebot earlier, man. The thing about Microsoft is that they're trying to do things the right way. And you guys know me, man. You guys know I'm a scorched earth kind of guy, and I think that Microsoft is too nice a lot of times. But they produce results, so I can't argue with that. And Phil Spencer, man, I mean, when he gave his plan a long time ago, 2015, when he gave that interview, I keep on referencing, and I watched that, and the things that he said is all coming true now. Yeah, I think I shot you. I believe I shot you a link on your Instagram. If you're not busy, you can come in here. Yeah, 2 minutes here, Lewis. Thank you guys for being here. What a week. Yeah, Lewis says, what a week. Yeah, dude, it was crazy. I mean, why would you want to put yourself through that? Dude, these Sony guys are always taking L's, man. At some point, even if I was on the Xbox side, I wouldn't say anything. I would just draw back and try and read the room a little bit, try and see what's really going on, do some actual investigative research for myself to make sure that I wasn't wrong. To always check yourself. And I was kind of raised that way. My grandmother raised me in a way. She would just make sure that that there's nothing wrong. That you check yourself first always, especially if you're gonna bring out stuff. Right? And that's why a lot of these guys look stupid, man. This is the first time I've seen Red Dragon just post gaming news. I think on Twitter now he's starting to answer the people coming after him. But man, this is the first day where the first several tweets that he put out was nothing but gaming news. Like straight up gaming news, man. That's how bad he got hurt. It was bad. Hey Dale, let's see if my May prediction comes to pass. Realist, what was that? Oh snap, Realist is here. Hey Realist, I'm gonna add you to the stream. What's up, bro?
What's up, bro?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear me though.
Oh yeah, you coming in loud and clear, dude.
Yeah.
Oh sorry, what was your prediction? What did you say?
No, I was Dia asked when did I think the acquisition was going to go through, and said May.
Wow,
Because
good call, bro.
they
Good
gave
call.
us June, but if you know like all the deadlines, most of the April, they have a lot of April deadlines. But then you have CMA already coming out and saying that they're going to pass it. So if the CMA was the one that they were the most concerned with, and then you have the U.S. representatives questioning Japan about how they protect
Yeah,
Sony over in Japan.
that's beautiful, dude. That is like karma, big time.
So that goes to show you that the United States uh, regular regulators over here are probably leaning more towards just giving up the fight. That I mean, if the CMA, nobody has a case really,
Yeah, true.
and we've known this the whole time,
Yep.
and it was never supposed to be a short process. They gave us 18 months. They knew uh, how long this was going to take. They knew who could drag what out, and they weren't surprised by anything. A lot of people were like, "Oh, Microsoft wasn't ready for this," or "They weren't ready." Microsoft knew everything that was going to happen. Like their lawyers are some of the best, if not the best. They
Right.
also had, I can't remember her name, but she was the one who she stopped the Nvidia ARM merger. She was a part of stopping it. She was a
Oh,
part of the
good.
team. They weren't surprised by anything. And so
Yeah,
yeah, we'll see.
yeah, but that's a good call because that's everybody was sharing that date, right? It was like May
Yeah.
22nd or something.
Well, no, she just asked me. It was probably like 2 weeks ago on the show she was on. Um, but if you look at some of the deadlines, they have a lot of April deadlines. I
Mm,
just think that Microsoft said they wanted it done by the end of the fiscal year.
right.
So I'm thinking that they were anticipating having it done around somewhere between the end of April, mid May. But we'll see. I mean, I'm pretty sure it is. I mean, once the CMA that domino fell, that was the one that was making the most outlandish claims. You know, like, and so finally, since the thing that really shocked me about this whole thing is that Activision has so much IP,
Yeah,
and they only talked about Call of Duty this whole
Call of
time.
Duty, right? I agree.
But
I was actually happy about that, dude, because I'll be honest with you, COD. I'm not as hardcore as a COD fan as I used to be. I used to be like hardcore COD fan, but I was actually looking at the other stuff that Activision, owns. Like for me, like I like playing like Skylanders and their Crash Bandicoot stuff. So when today's news released, I was like, wow, the new Crash Bandicoot game within a month or so could be in Game Pass and we could be playing it. So,
I want Diablo in Game Pass.
oh, yep, they probably will, right?
See, a part of this is selfish, right? Because a lot of people, are betting against my prediction that Diablo won't make it to Game Pass. So I'm like, nah, it's gonna be in Game Pass.
Yeah,
I mean,
if they
because it
want
was supposed to release in April, remember?
to, was it?
And
No.
then they pushed it back.
Oh, so you think that was another like,
I think that was on purpose. I think that was by design. I
dude?
mean, what better way to christen your $70 billion purchase than have one of the best groundbreaking IP hit the service day one?
Dude, what if they? I mean, it's not technically a shadow drop, but it kind of is, right? Like, what if they're just doing,
It would
you
be a
know,
shadow drop for Game Pass because you just had
yeah,
Rob Ferguson come out and say that they had no intentions of bringing it to Game Pass.
oh, dude,
I mean, but what else is he supposed to say? And it's reminiscent of what happened with Bethesda. A lot of people were saying Microsoft should say this, Microsoft should answer that. They don't own them yet.
yeah, sure.
And if they act like they're colluding without the merger being completed, that's illegal. Like
Yeah,
if they're making deals as if they're already merged, that's illegal. So they have to act like they're really over there doing things independently and they're not talking at all. They have to act that way.
dude, that is so funny, man.
What up, Louis Frag?
Yeah, what up, Lewis? Man, Lewis is the man, dude. They also is
Oh
fun.
man, Xbox man. Look, I noticed like the little circle, man. Like this is like where the hardcore Xbox fans go.
Yeah,
Like
it is.
we don't like the fake Xbox fans. We don't like the content creator Xbox fans. Like everybody is pretty much in unison on that. Like this is where you go. You want to talk about Xbox. Yeah, Xbox doesn't do everything right, but
Mhm.
they're not doing as much wrong as a lot of people would like you to believe.
You know, and there's
Especially those that
something.
claim they're Xbox fans.
Yeah, you know, like for me, like I use this example all the time. Like one of the problems I have with Xbox, and it's not really a problem for me, but I just think in general, like you're trying to get a lot of people to come over to your service. You know, it's like to me, you got to work on that storage, right? You know, because an average person that just wants to, especially if they're buying a Series S and then they look at an external hard drive, you know, it's a lot of money. But we
Bro,
can't even get to that, dude. Even within the Xbox community, we can't get to that because everybody's talking about how how Xbox should be like PlayStation. How we need
nah,
to go to AAA titles and crap like that.
we differ big time on the storage because like my Xbox setup, I have
Mm,
one expansion card
yeah,
and two external SSDs.
right.
I just move things around.
No, no. So that's what I do too, and I don't have a problem with it. But I'm saying like if you're just an average person that's looking at Game Pass like Netflix and you just want to download a bunch of stuff, you might even just play it for like a minute or two just to try it out. But then you know after a
You don't
while,
even you don't even have to download it for that second forever.
oh, you're talking about cloud?
Yep.
Yeah, that doesn't work for me though.
Uh, So what y'all have like bad internet?
Well, I'm in Hawaii, so
So yeah, but is the internet okay over there?
it's okay, but the cloud service here does not work good at all, dude. And I'm not the only one. Some of my friends were gonna try and do that.
Well, then X what I said because like in I'm not the person that's gonna act like just because my stuff is great, everybody's is great.
No,
You know,
no,
I mean,
that's just like 100, right? 100 talks about. I got jealous when 100 talks, man. 100 be
well,
like, jump up.
hundreds in LA and I'm in
Yeah,
Houston,
he's not really.
Texas.
Yeah.
So
Oh, okay.
it's gonna work.
Right.
LA, San Francisco, Houston, Dallas, Atlanta, and DC. Those are the first places that you're gonna get the fast internet, mobile. Uh,
Right.
hell, what is it? Google is the only one who went somewhere rural, like Kansas City or something like that.
Yeah, like
Technically,
Oklahoma.
it's not rural. It's like a
Yeah.
major city in Kansas, but it's not a
Oh, is it?
major city.
Yeah, dude. Like we got that
But yeah,
coconut wireless over here, bro. That's what we got. So I mean, it's still. I mean, I can connect and everything like that, but it's just not. And the sad thing about it is, I'm not even wanting to play shooters. I just wanted to play like some of the smaller indie titles, right? Because they're kind of made. Like I bought the not the backbone, but I bought one of the holders for my phone, and I just wanted to do that, like take it around like a portable, and just play like you know, like what is it? What's that one thing? A couple games like you know, like Vampire Survivors and stuff like that. Little games like that on the go.
yeah, cloud is
Yeah,
not ready yet.
yeah.
Like the reason why I bring up cloud is because we were talking about consoles.
Hmm.
Cloud on console is different. You're gonna be on Wi-Fi, but as far as like using your phone like on the go, man, Vampire Survivors didn't even work good for me. Like,
Really?
yeah, it would hit certain, like you get a bunch of enemies on the screen towards the end, then the screen will completely freeze, and then it'll have to catch up, and you could die that way.
Yeah.
But
Well, I think.
when you're,
Oh, go
hmm?
ahead.
I was gonna say, but when you're home, you're on Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So even when I'm at home, yeah, it doesn't work really well because that was going to be my end around because I didn't really care either because like, oh, I'll just play because some of these games it shouldn't require, it shouldn't be hard to play on my console. So sometimes it works. It's just not consistent. And so I don't know if you follow like there's people on Twitter like Lurpa,
Ooh.
and I believe she's like her name's Lurpa. She's in our Xbox community on Twitter, and so she's from the Philippines, either the Philippines or someplace from Southeast Asia. And so a lot of those territories that Microsoft is trying to expand to talk about that a lot. It's easy for Japan, like Japan and Korea, well, mostly in those metropolitan areas, like even in Tokyo, right, and stuff like that. That stuff will work fine. But when you start going out to those rural areas, and then of course Southeast Asia is looking, that's like a big market that Microsoft wants to get into. Um, but I don't know. Right now, they talk about that kind of the same situation, right? So like for me, like I have to go buy the external just for the simple fact that there's like so much. They have so many games, dude, and unfortunately for me, in a way, I like to play a lot of variety in my gaming. I like a lot of different genres.
Yeah, me too.
So, yeah.
But like, cause in total, I have four terabytes. So
Right.
if it gets to the point where I can't put a new game on there, I'll start looking. Okay, what have I not played forever? What am I
Yeah.
not gonna play? You know, fairly soon, and I'll clear it out that way because you can only play so many games at once.
Yeah, that's true too, man.
I
I feel
think I
like
have 156 games in total. I mean, because
oh
you got
fuck.
games like Red Dead that are 100 gigs. So
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, that's crazy. That's something. Oh, just real quick, dude. Here you go. Oh yeah, Dea. Yeah, I did send you the invite. Oh, your asthma. Oh, no
Yeah,
worries.
she
No
said she had
worries.
asthma.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I had to get a steroid shot for my knee today, so I feel you.
I said, "Ah, man, come on, dear, hit that pump and come on."
Yeah, yeah, I see you. That's fine.
Yeah, I haven't had an asthma attack since I was a young boy, so I don't really know. Like my daughter, she doesn't even take her inhaler anymore. I guess we grow out of it.
Yeah, yeah. Like my son used to, he couldn't eat eggs when he was younger, and he grew out of that too. And as soon as he could, man, he just started eating eggs all the time. Just because he see us eating eggs and he couldn't eat it.
Hey, so Sega Fever, are you one of those dudes who goes to Twitter and argues with ponies? Or no?
The only person I argue with is basically is Red Dragon.
You mess with he's one of the worst though.
No, that's why because I knew Red Dragon from way before. Like back when Zaire then was around. Like when I followed Zaire and Crap and Mooch and all those guys. Remember that community was back
Yeah,
then.
yeah, yeah.
And so Dragon was probably one of the most to me at the time because he's a PC guy. At least he had a little bit of he had more common sense. So I used to like his take on stuff. And I used to watch his videos because he'd do these videos where he'd be driving around wherever he lives. Looks like he's in Tennessee or someplace. But I don't know what happened to that dude, man. The last couple of years, man, especially the last year in general. Dude, that dude has been like off his rocker. And
You can't even say he's doing that crap for the clicks because he doesn't have a YouTube channel anymore.
dude, it's like somebody from Microsoft did him wrong, like in a bad way. I mean, and
Nah, man.
that's hard for me to fathom with him, man, because he was never like that before. Like I follow a guy. I don't know if you know Zobi70.
Yeah, yeah, I know Zobi.
Yeah, so I follow Zobi, but Zobi is like the consummate. He's like part entertainer, part clickbait. But Zobi's just being Zobi, and I follow Zobi because he's old school PlayStation from back in the
I thought he was
day.
more like a Nintendo dude.
He's now, man, but he's a PlayStation guy, but he would be fighting with other PlayStation guys because of the way because PlayStation isn't the PlayStation like they were back in the 90s, in the early
Yeah,
2000s.
I don't watch him a lot. I mean, I haven't watched him in like a couple of years, but I know who he is. And
Yeah.
when I was listening to him, he was mainly just like saying how Sony's lost their way and Nintendo is the only one you can depend on.
Yeah, because
You know,
it's that old school gamer mentality. Like that's kind of where I come from. Though I'm not like that. I mean, in a way, like I grew up. Like I don't know how old you are, bro, but I mean I'm old, so I grew up during the time when Japan basically, the Japanese gaming industry, is basically
was
we
the
took
industry.
everything. Yeah, they was the they set the trends.
Yeah, I was a kid back then too, in the 80s.
Okay, cool. I didn't want to.
I'm 40. I don't care.
Oh, dude, yeah, see, I'm way older than you, dude. So, well, not way older,
Dang,
but
for
I'm
real?
older. Yeah, I'm almost 50, dude. I'm like E-Rock age
I
and
thought,
Sigma.
yeah, I thought you sound like you're in your 30s.
Yeah, dude, well, people tell me, people see me, man. It's just like the Tyson effect. They hear my voice and then they see me in person. They go, "Oh, dude, I didn't think you look like."
So you
Kind
got you, Zinc,
Zane, yeah,
E-Rock.
E-Rock, Sega Man, I believe, is our age. He-Bots, I think, around there, but a little younger.
Yeah, he bought y'all the geriatric gamers.
Yeah, that's why we. It's funny, man. That's why I get respect to Unlimited, man. As young as he is, so he got some knowledge, man. You know, he's a
He's
geek.
he's still in his 20s.
I think he's in his 30s.
Okay, yeah, because I thought he was in his 30s. But then when I have to, I guess, take into account who's saying this young man. Yeah, 50-year-olds saying this man is young because
Oh yeah,
I'm
dude,
thinking
we
like,
old.
yeah.
That's what I was
But yeah,
saying
he's
earlier in the podcast, man. It's like I'll get into not really arguments, kind of more debate going back and forth with people on social media, and they'd be like, "How you know? How you know?" I was like, "Bro, I was there. I don't have to Google it, dude. I was there when the launch came, dude. I remember when people was getting PlayStations or getting like you bought a PlayStation midnight, you got jacked.
yeah.
Dude, that stuff was, these guys read about it. I'm like, we experienced it.
Yep. Yep. Back when Nintendo was bullying the industry and then Sony came along
Oh
and
yeah,
said, hold my beer.
yeah.
Hey, but to answer Dia, look, she said was Twitter silent today. Dude, ponies went on blocking sprees. Even the ones who normally shill that were saying
Yeah,
things like what the guy said, oh, the CMA let consumers down. Like I was looking at those tweets. They normally get like hundreds of likes. They got like 7 and 40 likes. I'm like, dude, even the ponies understand what's about to happen.
yeah. They know. And that's why they was fighting so hard, right? Especially recently, man. I mean,
You talking about the fan base or Sony?
no, the fan base. Their fan base is absolutely, dude. They were like to answer, like you said. I think she's being kind of facetious, but
But see, this is the thing. Like we're fans, right? You
yeah.
you 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 all Xbox guy. You play everything.
I used to play everything, but once the Xbox One generation kicked off, dude, I just stuck with Xbox because I'm a
Okay.
Sega guy. So
So like when it comes to sports, political leanings, it's fanatic, right? It's fanatical.
right.
So they love PlayStation,
Hmm.
and PlayStation is gonna have to totally fall on their face before they say, "Yeah, Xbox is okay." This we're talking about the most fanatic of the fan base, so they're never gonna. Xbox is gonna have to beat them into submission before they give Xbox their props. That's why now they're complaining about Redfall. The crazy thing about Redfall is everybody was saying how bad the game was, right?
Hmm.
Or Bethesda, nobody plays arcane games, and then the news comes out that they had a PlayStation version that was planned, and everybody's
It was
crying
like,
about it. So they say nobody wants Bethesda games, but they're crying about. Phil said that he was not going to take games from other platforms. He hasn't taken any games. He's just not going to give you new ones unless it suits them,
right.
right? I can see if there's an Elder Scrolls Online 2 or Fallout 77. Yeah, I can see that being multiplat or a
Right.
game like Overwatch. But I don't see a lot of their platformers going. If they do, I can see them sharing with Nintendo. But not Sony. And what I don't understand is Nintendo shares nothing.
Yeah. Nintendo has their little niche that the corner of the gaming market that they've kind of you know carved out for
Bro,
themselves. So,
let us get a Diddy Kong Racing remastered then.
oh,
You
dude,
know what I'm saying? What I'm saying? Like they got Ori, they got Cuphead. I mean, those games are perfect. I wouldn't doubt that Hi-Fi Rush will end up over there at some point.
I don't know, man. Phil's kind of like Phil. When I think of Phil, like he's a nice. Hey, Hebot, man, are you there, brother?
Yeah, I'm here.
The
Oh, okay.
world's most powerful gamer.
What's up, bro?
Hey, what's going on? Just eating.
We're just recapping the hits of this week.
Yeah. Oh, solid morning.
Here's Daya, man. OMG,
Hey,
the ponies have been saying Redfall is supposed to be on the PS4. trying to report Xbox to the FTC about making them.
Well, that's another thing. They're saying that, but there's no actual. Nobody showed actual proof that it was there.
Yeah,
There is no proof that it was there.
Yeah, it was just I think one of the developers, I guess, or directors, said that it was in the works, right?
Yeah.
But
Let's
again,
get one thing straight, Ebot. If they didn't lock down Deathloop and Ghostwire, those games wouldn't have been on PlayStation either.
right? Yeah. Those are what they called the contractual obligations. When Phil said that,
Right.
but they're trying to spin it around because they always try to vote. What they spin around is when Phil says we want everybody to play. We want everybody to have the accessibility, but they try to make it literal, like he's trying to say, like, oh yeah, all our games can go in any platform, and that's not what he's saying. When he says that, he's talking about he wants people to play on their ecosystem and be able to play through cloud, PC, through Steam, through the Xbox, as long as it's their ecosystem, right? And that's where they try to change the conversation. And we tell these guys over and over again, and they're like, no, especially somebody like Red Dragon or MBG, that they try to always change the narrative, or they try to flip whatever's being said. I'm like, dude, it's not what he said. And there was never, ever a point when it said that Red Falls had a contractual obligation, because if it did, then they obviously would have released it on the PlayStation like they did with Deathloop and like they did with Ghost Tokyo Wire. Or Tokyo Ghost, yeah, I think I said that right?
Ghostwire Tokyo.
Yeah, Ghostwire Tokyo.
We know what you mean.
Thank you. No. Thank you for the correction. So again, and the thing that I don't comprehend, right, is how can you say something like, oh, they're just liars. They want to, manipulate people, when things like Paradise Eve and Silent Hill 2 and even that other game with the hack and slash, I forget the name of it, that were announced that were coming to Xbox, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you saw that they even said at Konami that Sony didn't feel the budget for any funding to make in the creation of the new Silent Hill remake of Silent Hill 2, right? And they don't own it. They don't help fund it. They don't own it. Meanwhile, Microsoft now owns flat out Bethesda and all of their developers. They own all the IPs, right?
Yeah.
They're helping fund them from scratch or whatever was already in the works, like Wasteland 3, right? Or like Psychonauts 2. And they're trying to act like, oh, no, they're lying to us, but yet say it's okay when Sony has these type of deals when they're third party. They don't own nothing. They put no money to even fund the game. All they did was, hey, can we cut you a check, keep it exclusive on PS5? How much you want? And then they'll cut them a check and make a deal. That's it. Just keep it exclusive. Whether it's time, whether it's to the whole generation, that's still yet to be seen. Like Kena. Kena was supposed to be a 1-year deal. Mm-hmm. And it hasn't come yet. And they haven't said why it hasn't come yet. And they said earlier on, yeah, it's coming to Xbox. Those are two guys that used to work at Disney. They were animators. And they did their own company. And I'm thinking wholeheartedly, because they brought it out for PC as well. And they even promoted when they did the director's cut. I'm thinking the game just hasn't sold enough that they now can't do another version for another console. Because that happened with a lot of games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What bothers me when they do that? I mean, not really bothers me, but I'm thinking like for them, right? Like, why would you do that kind of thing? Because when you do that, it kind of tells the people on the other console,
yeah,
you're not worth us doing it. So I understand
the excuse they use, brother, and I don't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
No, go
the
ahead.
excuse that they use, and I'm pretty sure you guys know here in the panel because you've seen it, you've been there. Especially since 2013, right?
Yeah.
It's the leading platform. So we got to go where it's a safe bet, right?
Yeah, that's true.
But I've said since probably 2014, 2013, I've said those games don't sell. Because if they sold, you would see the numbers, right? You would see the numbers. And you would see the progression of or the announcement of sequels, right? And you don't, right?
Right.
And then the people, oh, you're crazy. Why they haven't put it on Xbox? Because they didn't make no money, and now they can't fund it to create a version for the Xbox. It's that simple. No, it's not. No, it's not. And look what happened. What happened? I think a week ago, right, where the indies developers themselves came out and said that they don't like putting their games on PlayStation, even though it's the leading platform, because they only promote the AAA stuff, right?
Right.
And their stuff gets overlooked and never sells well on PlayStation, but when they put it on Xbox, it does well, right? And I've been saying this forever. I mean, you're crazy, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, dude, I have a timeline. I can see the feed on Xbox. You can see everybody who's playing. You see when people are playing these indie games on Xbox.
Yeah.
You can see it.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the engagement. And now with Game Pass, that even cemented it to another level. Because you guys know, anything that drops on Game Pass, you see, if you have 100 people on your playlist, you probably see maybe 70 people playing that new game on Game Pass.
Yeah.
And I know we're just a small amount of people. I get it. But it's indicative, because if you have 100 people different than me, and let's say the realist, that's the realist, right?
Yeah, that's the real.
Yeah, I could tell by your voice. I'm sorry, my man. And the realist, right? He has 100 people that are different from mine. That's already 300 people. And if you see on your playlist 70 people playing that new Hi-Fi Rush, at least from your friends list, that's almost 300 people right there. And we're just 3 people that play on Xbox, right? So it tells you that there's engagement. Okay, you haven't heard no numbers for Forspoken. You didn't hear nothing. Everybody's saying, oh, Scorn, it sucked. It did horrible, because they weren't talking about it. But Scorn is a niche game. It's a horror game, but hardcore horror, where it's a puzzle platformer basically most on mood, atmosphere, sounds. It's more atmospheric, right?
Yep.
And so that's not going to appeal to everybody, right? Realist? You know that. We know
exactly. It didn't appeal to me.
And what happened? What came out? That the Scorn did so well that they're going to do a sequel.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
It's kind of like when you see Hellblade, right? A lot of people give Hellblade praise, but you can see the limitations they had as a team. That's why that's why you have so many puzzles, right? Same thing with Scorn. It's mostly puzzle based. When they showed the little meat gun, that's what everybody thought that they were going to be playing. Yeah. But it turned out to be a atmospheric horror puzzler.
Yeah.
Where even your bullet management is a part of the puzzle.
Absolutely. But you see what they did? They used their advantage well, meaning they took the visuals. It's very visual.
Yeah.
And it has a lot of atmospheric tone to J.R. Geiger, right? The creator of Aliens. Very, very atmospheric. So that was one of the strongest points, and that in the visuals actually is part of the narrative. It's like the part of the story, looking at the visuals and what they tell you through the visuals. Just like they did with Hellblade, like you said, very good point. There's a lot of puzzles, but in Hellblade, a lot of people don't realize that a big character of Hellblade was the music. The music is absolutely phenomenal.
Oh yeah.
And then also the presentation with the character. Every time they did a cutscene with her, it was her performance that was another layer to the character and to the game. So they used those shortcomings, like Unrealist just said, to make it a bigger part of the experience, but it added a bigger layer, so it felt like a full package. But you can still see they were constrained with the combat system.
Yep.
They were constrained with the boss battles. They were constrained with how many levels. Yeah, enemy variation. How many levels they could.
Wicker Men.
Right, or how many levels they added. But what they did it at 110%. They maximized the fuck of what they had, and that's why Hellblade was so impactful. Which completely proves that it's not about the size of the budget or the size of how big and long the game is. It could be short and sweet, and with a small team. If you do it right, it's going to be impactful, because video game is about feeling. It's about what you feel when you're playing it. the gameplay, how it feels, if it's fun, the immersion, the interaction with the characters, especially now that they're more narrative driven, and you can make it very narrative driven, but yet still have a lot of gameplay as well, right? Which that's where Sony games fail. That it's mostly narrative driven heavy, and the gameplay feels more minimalistic, right? And then people think that because it has all this narrative, oh, that's a fucking absolutely fantastic. They're the greatest thing since Jesus Christ. They're AAA and this and this and that and so forth and so forth, because they always push just narrative more than anything else. But when you play the game, they start to become boring at a lot of times when you're playing them. And then you'll play something, let's say like Hi-Fi Rush. It's more stylized, but it has a shit ton of gameplay variety with the story in an animated form. And when you play it, you're having tons of fun with something that looks more cartoony or anime, right? In the case of Hi-Fi Rush. And people are like, you're crazy. That's impossible. Look at the graphics. That's kiddie shit. When it's really not. Like a lot of people try to say, remember when people were saying, oh, Sunset Overdrive looked like for kids, and then that game has cursing, limb dismemberment, all kinds of adult tone topics and themes, and that's how you caught them in the lie. You're like, look, you didn't play the game, because if you did, you would know that the game is very adult.
Yep.
The graphic style.
That is not for everyone.
Yeah, it ain't for everyone, but you caught people in the lie trying to say
it's not rated E for everyone.
Oh no, absolutely. Right. But you would catch them in a lie, because they'll be like, oh, it looks kiddie, it's not no good. I know, I saw it, I played it, but yet if they did, you would know that that's not true, because the game had violence, the game had cursing, the game had limb dismemberment, it had blood. Right? You know what I mean? So that's why I'd be like, yo, you're giving yourself away. Just stop when you're talking. Stop yourself before you make yourself look foolish, because there's no need to do that. To be accepted, you don't have to lie. Just talk. Game talking. That's all it is. Let's have a conversation. We'll go back and forth, give examples, break it down, and you'll see how it could be much more fruitful, much more rewarding, and has a better end game, right? And that's what these guys don't know how to do, especially the dudes in the Sony side. It's like, oh my Jesus Christ. It's like, it's like talking to a brick wall. You cannot. And they'll try to skew it and spin it as much as they can. And you're like, are you serious? Like these guys, like MGG and Dreamcast guy, and even Porter Rock, and all of that. Like they just always try to find something else to twist. And like, dude, come on.
Did you see everybody posting up their blocks from Porter Rock?
Oh, did they? Oh, Porter Rock kept blocking them? I didn't see that. No, I didn't see that.
I was pretty much on Twitter all day today, just soaking it all in.
Right.
I mean, that's the best thing for them. What are they gonna do?
Yeah.
All they're gonna do is eat those sour grapes. There's nothing for them to say.
How are you, man? Yeah, you're right. This
console war is no more. What do you guys say?
Yeah, it's over. But Radiant. Listen, I've been saying this forever. Saying it forever, have to say it forever. Shit, when I was rolling and we did more things with Legal, and we said this long ago. Legal said it long. It's over. It's not a console war anymore. It just isn't. And these guys are, but no, because Sony's deleting platforms. Look, perception doesn't make you money. Bottom line. Yes, you can have the perception, but if you're not making money, it's not going to matter. And that's the difference. Microsoft makes money. Sony has a perception. Yeah, they make money, but they don't make the type of money that Microsoft's making, because they don't have enough venues to explore the way that Microsoft has opened up their doors, right? Making deals with Simply Gone, which is a the physics engine, with Scuff, which is to make controllers, with making the inclusive controller. I forgot the name of the controller for the disabled people. Adaptive controller. Thank you, Realist. All those things that now you see Sony trying to incorporate, making their own version, trying to act as, oh yeah, we were about it. No, you weren't. Because when Microsoft was doing it, everybody was making fun of it. Like, oh look, they're making fun. They're making controllers for disabled people. There was people making fun of that, when they should be cheering that. As gamers, you're supposed to be cheering that. You know how cool that is, that you could have a friend that might be in a wheelchair, that might not have an arm, that might not be able to move his fingers right, and still be able to play a game with you. That shit is amazing. That's amazing. That's supposed to be celebrated. You can't sit there and be like, oh yeah, I'm a gamer, but then make fun of that shit. You cannot call yourself a gamer when you do that. Because you're supposed to celebrate that. Yeah, that shit makes no sense. But they did it. And now, Sony's very reactive. Now they're doing their so-called adaptive style controller. Now they want to do, their pro controller, which we always said it was made for the people that like to play on a higher quality level, even people that compete, so they can have a controller that they can use as more in a competitive level. And you have a choice to buy it. It's not obligated, right? And they were like, oh, no, that's because they don't have money to make games, so they just make controllers. Like, come on, bro. Are you serious?
Well, see, if you pay attention to these proceedings, right, they basically Xbox broke down why there are so many controllers. And it's not like Xbox is the only one that does it. Everybody has color variations with their controllers. They don't make money on the console, so they look to make money on the controllers and, of course, software.
And accessories, right.
That's the problem.
And peripherals.
You don't have to buy it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
You know what I mean, because we went to Target, we just got back, and dude, there's like 8 different controllers that they have for Xbox and like 4 for PlayStation.
Yes.
They had. I mean,
if you go to GameStop, they have more.
Yeah.
PlayStation has even more colors. If you go to PlayStation on GameStop, because they got a lot of them in GameStop that are like exclusive. They got even more.
They used to. I haven't seen any of those exclusive colors. I remember I bought that the Xbox controller last generation. It had the gold D-pad.
Yes.
All white with the gold D-pad and gold triggers.
Yes, it was beautiful. I
don't see stuff like that anymore.
Yeah, they just did one. Listen, guilty as charged. I went to GameStop the other day, and I saw the Xbox green one. It's called Velocity Green.
Huh?
It's only exclusive to GameStop.
It's GameStop because I've been hearing about that.
Yeah, it's GameStop. So what I did was I traded in one of the Dust Shadow one, the blue one. The ones that were first gen Xbox One, because unfortunately those first gen ones, that the ones that had the layer on the top that it wasn't flush, where they had the actual symbol that lights up, those don't support the DLI technology that Xbox has on the new controllers. Anything after those does. With a firmware, you could update, and it has DLI technology, which is the direct latency input. And so I was like, fuck. And it was just there. It was beautiful. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. So they had that. Got $25 with the pro membership. And then they were doing a deal where you got the pro membership that if you bought a controller for Xbox, they took an additional $20 off. So ultimately, I ended up paying $20 for the controller.
And you got the Velocity green one?
Yeah. Let me show it to you guys. I put it on camera. Give me a second. I'll be back.
Yeah, because I was just looking at that one.
It's beautiful.
What is that? Thanksgiving, whatever the one with everything, Black Friday. I bought the I think it's like lunar. It's like a gold color, and then I got the lime green one. Never even opened them. So as much as I want this Velocity green one, I'm not gonna buy it.
No, I do the same thing, dude. I kind of buy them and just collect them.
Dude, my wife makes fun of me because I have this Horizon controller on the Horizon base. She was like, "It's so pretty. You should give it to me. You never use it." I was like, "Yeah, it is pretty. I'm gonna just look at it."
Yeah.
I mean, because when you play with it, you got that rubber that looks like it feels like kind of like tire rubber on it.
Yeah.
And then it's got white buttons, man. You don't want to make those white buttons dirty.
Remember the Forza ones that came out? I think it was during Forza 4, maybe 5. But Forza had those unique controllers because one of the manufacturers was celebrating. One of the car manufacturers was celebrating something, and then they did like specific controllers.
Yeah, I kind of remember what you're talking about. I didn't buy those, but I got the Forza 5 controller with the Razer base.
Yeah.
I need a base for my 20 controller, but I've never even used that one either.
No, dude, I bet you there's a lot of Xbox guys who do that. Hey, just real quick, exclusive games on PS, I'll go there to die.
That's the truth.
Yep.
Can you guys see me?
Yep.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Hold on, guys. Give me a sec. This is the one right here.
Yeah. Oh, that's.
So nice. Are you going to use it?
Yeah, I'm gonna do an unboxing on it too. But a lot of people are getting mixed up because they think it's the They think it's the lime green, which I also have. See,
Oh, nice.
it's different though. If you look at it, see.
Dude, I
You
never
guys
took
see
that
it?
one out of the box. Yeah, we can see everything.
One is neon green.
One of them is more like the Xbox, like the real Xbox color.
Yeah, neon green. Then this is like the Xbox green that's on top of the Series X. You know, the green
Yeah.
area
Yeah.
is that color. It's dope. It's so beautiful. So I was like, I gotta get it. And then as the fact that I was able to get it cheap, I was like, no, don't ask me twice. But the unfortunate thing is that you got to get it on GameStop. So if you're not a GameStop fan, then
I love GameStop.
I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I like GameStop too,
Like it's
especially when they get collectibles.
and here it's pretty much all we have left because like Think Geek or whatever, that's GameStop too.
Yeah. Think Geek actually merged with them. They're one. You know, they're one company now. Kind of like what Sega Sammy.
But that's all we had because when I was younger, we had EB, we had
EB Games,
and
Babbage's.
when I
Remember
lived on the East, we had Babbage's.
Funko Land. Mm-hmm.
But KB Toys was not just a gaming store, but I remember KB Toys.
Yeah, they used to have a nice art video game section. So did Child
Toys
World
R
many
Us.
years back. Mm-hmm. And by the way, look, I'll give you guys a sneak preview. Look, Power Rangers or Street Fighter review coming up.
Oh, nice, bro.
I'm working on that right now.
Hey, you gotta do that podcast with Dea, bro. The He-Man one.
Yeah, I absolutely do, but I gotta make sure I can figure out her schedule when she's available, and then work around mine and do something. She blew my mind, man. I don't know much girls that were He-Man fans, and that shit was fantastic.
Yeah, me either. So Dea said exclusive games on PlayStation. Okay, so I read that one here.
Yeah, but I was going to ask you. I was going to say something about that, right?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Can you guys think of any game that PlayStation had time exclusivity on that actually like became a big deal because of that? Because to me, it seems like these timed exclusivity deals, whether it be Xbox or PlayStation, kills the momentum of the game. Right? They buy the game, and it's supposed to, I guess, help them sell consoles. And I don't know anybody that's buying these consoles for timed exclusives. But I also can't think of a game that either one of them got timed exclusivity on that just blew up, and it was just a big deal. Maybe Fall Guys or something like that.
The only one I know, and that was only because if you guys remember, Sony had announced that they were doing Uncharted, that it was going to come out, right? Uncharted 4, and Microsoft was like, "Oh, we don't have an Uncharted style game, but we want to get one," and that's when they did the deal with Tomb Raider. Remember?
Right.
Tomb Raider did well when it came out for Xbox. It sold 7 million copies before
when you started
PC.
talking, it hit me. Titanfall. That's a game.
Yes, Titanfall 2.
That's a game that blew up. Just being on one platform.
Yes,
like
and then EA went and scooped it up.
Consoles, and it had sold like 8 million up into that.
And when EA scooped it up, because at that time, remember, Microsoft didn't have the open purse yet from Satya to buy games or acquire studios. And EA said, "Yo, can we buy you?" And then they did that Titanfall 2 the next, a couple years later, which was multiplayer. And I don't even think Titanfall 2
Titanfall 2 did not surpass Titanfall 1.
Yeah, I don't think it did. I don't think it did.
You got to remember, Xbox was struggling, after
it was
around April.
Yeah,
right?
it was struggling. It was the lowest selling console at the time, and it still did very well. Yeah.
You guys got to remember. The guy was the head, and I know he ended up leaving or something happened. But his goal was to take on COD.
Yeah.
That's why he wanted to go multi-platform.
Right.
Because I was upset with Titanfall because I liked the way it was on Xbox.
Oh yeah.
Like everybody else, I bought
that. Remember, Titanfall on Xbox used the dedicated servers. Every game on Xbox used it. That was Xbox exclusive. And and then when you played that and then played COD on their OpenGL, right, or OpenGI online service, which is basically sharing whoever hosts the game's online service or online connection, it was like night and day. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why Halo 5 and Titanfall killed COD for me.
Right. I remember you said that too. I remember when you told me that too.
Yeah, that really opened my eyes to how bad COD servers were. And then when you play Titanfall, right, with the AI that was built in and all the stuff that they had come to, one of the things I loved, of course, when you when you went into the game, you felt like you're dropping into the middle of a battle, which was cool.
Right.
So what a lot of people like myself wanted was we wanted that unique experience, and then
Mhm.
everybody was saying, you remember I forgot what the girl's name, but they actually had a community manager that would communicate with the most of the Xbox guys because it was on Xbox, and Xbox
Mhm.
would communicate with them and say, okay, can we have different skins? Can we do this? Can we do that? Right? You know, that's how the whole thing when they upped the AI for the robots. 'Cause
Right.
yeah, they're not smart enough, and then when they upped it, right, people were actually dying in the game. So
Yeah, I mean, I remember when they brushed off that whole, that Microsoft had dedicated servers for free that anybody could use. I remember when they tried to brush that down the rug, under the rug too.
Yeah.
Like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Like the way they brush off DLI technology on the controller, which is for the latency is like 0.2, I think it is. Like that's the greatest thing any gamer would want. It gives you the best, physics and experience with the controller where, it feels the most, responsive. And people are like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, come on, dude, you gotta stop.
So for Dea, just real quick, yeah, that's one thing I love about Game Pass, where she says inclusive games on Game Pass has been proven to do well, and I think that's something that Microsoft figured out. Because even Heba talked about this. He's probably Heba, you're the first person I know that spoke about this as far as the sales, right? The impact of the day one sale as opposed
Yeah.
to what you make later on.
Oh yeah.
And to me, with Game Pass, I think Microsoft actually looked at that, and then Game
Yeah,
Pass.
I remember when I argued that with the Spider-Man ordeal. I told people, look, if you go look at the numbers and you go look at the charts, because I did my homework and I checked it out. The first month when Spider-Man came out, right, that's September, it maxed out at number one and sold 3.3 million copies, right, which is great for a superhero game, a Spider-Man game. No superhero game ever did those numbers. But of course, it did those numbers because for the first time, it had a bigger budget than any other time, right? And it was under Marvel's window. So all these guys like, oh hell yeah! And then the fact that it was PlayStation exclusive even gave them more ammo because then you got all these normies that are like, yeah, I'm getting Spider-Man. Yet they never played a Spider-Man game before in their whole life, even though there's been way better Spider-Man games before them, right? So, when you looked at the number in October, it went down to number 8, right? Then when November hit with that Black Friday, it wasn't in the charts. But it was because they put it in the bundle with the Slim, right? Remember with the Slim model, and it sold 6 million copies that was given for free with that bundle, right?
$200.
Yeah, it was like $200 exactly. It's not like hotcakes. You saw people buying it to send it over to their country. A bunch of. I remember I put up a picture of it, and fucking Iron Wolf was trying to say I was saying that being racist because I said, look at the girl the lady that has the turban thing in her head. That she looks Arabic, you could tell she's buying it to send it to her country. She had like maybe 50 of them in her cart, in 2 carts. I'm like, there's no way she's buying that for family. That's to send to her country, right? So because it's cheaper. So you saw those numbers. Then in December, it didn't even hit the charts. And you guys could do it. It's all public record. You could go look at the charts of sales. Then in April, I think it was January, and in February, March, it wasn't in the charts. It was not there. Then in April, it was back in the charts at number 5, and that was because they did the sale where they were selling it for $40, right?
Yeah.
So they was at number 5 in the charts in April. Then again in May, it wasn't there, right? Then in June, it was again in the charts because that was during the E3 sale that they did, that they put it down to $20. If you guys remember when they did the E3 show, and it went back in the charts. After that, it was never again in the charts because by that point it was diminished returns. And I told people it's the initial sales that makes the numbers. Anything that sells after that doesn't matter. Like Alan Wake sold 5 million copies 4 years later. That didn't matter. The game failed because the initial sales, it got destroyed by Red Dead. It got destroyed. Nobody bought the game. And then it gained an audience. What was that, Rios?
No, I was just going to say, it's just like the game that just came out.
Which one?
The Dead Space.
Oh, yeah. The Callisto Protocol.
Callisto Protocol. They had
Yes.
to come out and give a big breakdown because it costed, $160 to make,
Yes.
and they needed to hit around 5 million. Like I just
And they
left the
only hit
store.
sold like 2 point something mil. Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's a
they're selling
shame.
they're selling that game for $40 right now, like permanent
Yes.
price.
Yes. And it's a
Really?
shame
How
because the
many
game
weeks?
is really good. The game's really good. But at the same time, they kind of, it's kind of their own fault too. But then I can't say that because they're a small developer. They're independent too, even though they were the original Dead Space developer. But they went to Sony for help. Sony had like 35 of their developers helping them make the game.
150.
Well, 150. Look at that. You're right. You're right. 150. And what happened? They deliberately made the PS5 one better and kind of, gave the loose end to the Xbox Series X version, and motherfuckers got mad. They were like, "Oh, we ain't having that. Oh hell no! Nah.
So
You ain't gonna treat us like a redheaded stepchild. That's not gonna happen. If you ain't treating us right, when we ain't supporting in the game, they didn't do as well as they needed to, and it's a shame because the game, I own it. I played a little bit of it, and it's absolutely fantastic. It's fantastic. It's just as good, if not better, than Dead Space. But again, if you put your foot in your mouth, you're gonna dig your own grave. These guys probably didn't have a choice. They needed help. They asked Sony to help them out. They send developers to help them, and then they try to be cute and funny. Oh yeah, fuck that. Make the Xbox Series X version a little less polished or not as good. They give all the attention to the PlayStation 5 version, and that hurt them. It ultimately hurt them because when those analysis came out, and that Digital Foundry loves when a game plays better on the PlayStation 5 than the Series X because they love trying to use that narrative that's bullshit, that it's not about power. When we all know when the Xbox team uses the hardware with their games, all their games shine with all the bells and whistles. Yet when these third-party dudes do games that are essentially still, cross-gen, right? Which means they run on PS4s and Xbox Ones, and yet they don't play right on the Series X. Like, come on, we're not stupid. Like,
It didn't play right on PC either, though.
Right, exactly. Thank you, realist. Thank you. And then on PC, come on. That's how you know. Huh?
Did you guys see on Twitter where that's what the Sony guys were saying? That if Microsoft gets caught, right, that they're going to make the inferior version for PlayStation. And that's funny that you mentioned Callisto Protocol because that's exactly what Sony did.
Oh, they got called out. That's really saw it. They got called out. That shit.
I was going to add to that. It's not necessarily that they're going out of their way to make the PlayStation version better. Because if you guys pay attention, all it takes is a patch and everything's
and they fix it. Yes.
So what they do is they prioritize PlayStation.
Yes.
And
that's what I said.
This is what some they prioritize them, but it's not that they're going out of their way to make the Xbox version better. And this is my issue. We pay the same $70 now, right?
Yes.
But we have to wait for our game to be able
to spec. Right.
Or you just don't buy it. Which is
I rarely buy day one.
Yeah.
That's why I said, look, if you're gonna sell the game for the same price, even on the S, then it better play and it better be using all the bells and whistles day one for all versions.
Yeah. And that's why I don't understand these so-called Xbox guys. Real quick, this is why I understand these so-called Xbox guys saying that that Phil should get off of the referendum for the parity clause, right?
Yeah, I told
that makes zero sense.
Yep,
because everything that the Series X can do, I mean, this is what Jason Ronald said, the Series S can do, but at a lower resolution. So it's these developers to figure out how to get these games to work, and they should not allow the Series X to do games because it's easier. Because you have an issue with a lot of these developers when it comes to optimization. Optimization is their big issue.
Well, it's what you said, though. It's what you said. It's what you said, realist. You answered your own question. It's because, again, since Sony's the leading platform, right? And if they have, let's say, a marketing deal, like Hogwarts, they had a marketing deal. The game played better on PlayStation 5, right? They had a marketing deal with, I think it was it Dark Knight? The Gotham Knight? I think it was Gotham Knight. Same thing happened. Yeah, same thing happened. It was better, running better at launch on PS5. They prioritized the PlayStation version because one, they have marketing deals, and two, it's the leading platform.
It's the bigger platform.
Right. And so they figure, okay, we'll just make that one, then later on we'll patch it up. But again, like you also said, which I've said plenty of times, if you're gonna make the game inferior on the S and the X, when you know they're supposed to perform at the same quality or even higher, like with the Series X or in the case of the Series X, and yet you still have the nerve to charge the same price, then don't cry if the game fails, because people are not going to buy it. They're going to speak with their wallet.
Or stagger the releases. But that's what I was saying. These companies have an issue with optimization.
Mhm.
And if they can't optimize these games, that's what we're gonna get, right? Look, what they're doing with a lot of these games right now, they're brute forcing for optimization. They're using the console's power to get around not optimizing the game. They're doing the same thing with PC as well. Because you say, oh, the PlayStation version works better than Xbox, but it's working better than the PC too. What I don't understand about that is these games are put together on PCs.
Yeah. But that's what I said. That's why I said.
Goes to show you that they're going where they think their bread is buttered.
Yeah, there's some foul play in the sense that they're going where they think because it's the leading platform. Well, let's prioritize that one. Or if there's a marketing deal, let's prioritize that one. Which I could understand because there's a marketing deal, right? I get it. Okay, fine. But then don't cry if the games don't sell well on another platform because you basically didn't give it the love it deserved or the optimization it deserved, right?
But see
because
check it out, that's why your boys over there at Sony are scared. Because
right,
all these years they've been
now they can't do that, right?
But now they think that Microsoft is going to pay $70 billion for Activision and still maintain PlayStation as the lead platform.
Right?
That's not how it's going to work.
Or not give them or not give the Xbox version or the ecosystem of Xbox the advantage over there. So it's not going to happen.
Well, look, if they go with 2 years, it's more than enough time to make sure that all of them release the same as best as they can. But
right.
The Xbox is stronger than the PlayStation.
Right. So by default, and like a PC, and by default, like a PC, it should and will play better or look better, have better resolution or better lighting or better textures or maybe better frame rate pacing, all that stuff. Yes, right. Absolutely. 100%. 100%.
Just real quick, day of 4568. What do you guys predict happens once the ABK deal is finalized? What happens with Xbox, and what happens with Sony?
I mean, you're going to see a lot of people probably throw themselves out the window. I mean,
you're gonna need a mop on the street for all these tears.
Suicide watch everywhere. Listen, a lot of these dudes are going to just have to eat crow because obviously, we've said it before, it's no longer a console war. It just isn't. It's all about now who can make the better content, who can make the better deals with third party to have on their platform. Because I said also before, and you guys can mark my words again now today, that the way Sony can compete is if they decide to do the competition of getting content for PS Plus as opposed to exclusivity, right? But get it through PS Plus, adding games on PS Plus first, or certain games that may be from independent developers first before Xbox, to give their audience something to look forward to and give them a difference or differentiate from what Xbox is offering. And I think that would give them a fighting chance, right? Or at least a little bit of a fighting chance, right?
Yeah,
because
they can't take the loss, though. They can't take that loss. That's the problem.
No, they think it's going to be a loss because look, if you remember forever, when they put Shadow Warriors 3 on PS Plus, that month it did well. It had a rise in subscription because it wasn't on Xbox and it was on their service first. You understand?
The only reason I say that is because that's not their fan base.
I know, but their fan base will adapt. If they have no choice, they'll adapt. The problem is they don't adapt because they're used to they're conditioned. Sony fans are conditioned. That's the best way to say it. They're conditioned to doing things and having things a certain way because they think that's the only way, right? It's like Nintendo fans, conditioned. They only like things one way, a certain way, and that's it. But if they actually had the option given to them in front of them, come on, dude. They're not, nobody can deny. You're not gonna tell me that they won't subscribe if they're getting day and date games, brand new from third party or even their exclusives, and they will play more and engage more because it's on the service. They're not forced to buy it for $70 or take the risk to buy a game like Stray for $70 and not know if it's actually going to be good. Or a game like,
Here's the problem. For me, like Sony,
I just don't think they have the money to buy off enough third party support. That's what I think.
But Sony, at their core, a lot of these guys, and I'm talking about the Sony fans.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, there's the real fans and then the fanaticals, like Realist pointed out earlier. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
So this is the same thing that like comic book guys are going, or comic book movies are going through, right? Or Star Wars, right? You have a hardcore set of fans like myself, right? And then you have a bunch of normies. Right? So when the normies gravitate to Marvel or to Star Wars or anything like that, right? That's fine, right? But they're not hardcore. Like for me, when I look at Sony fans, they're just about the brand, right? That's all they are.
Right.
The majority of their base,
the bragging rights, the brand. Yeah.
So that's why I don't like PlayStation guys in general, because they're not like us, dude. We're Sega fans.
Yes.
Like, as in, we're Sega. We grew up in arcades. We're Sega. We actually
enthusiasts, Sega realists. Right.
We played their games and stuff like that. We like their games. But for me, a lot of these Sony guys they just like the brand of Sony. They're just like somebody that's Apple, you know. So here's the problem I see with that, right? It's just like once, and this is why it's smart for Microsoft to buy AKB, because once they get AKB, right? This is like everybody saying it's over. I don't think people realize like how bad it is, because the shift between 360 to PlayStation was because of a lot of the COD guys, right?
Dude, brother, if I may add real quick, if I may, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Those fans they got on PlayStation, those were the 360 fan base.
Yeah.
That jumped over when they got the content a year early or only exclusive for 2 years. Let's be real. Even if Sony didn't get Call of Duty, those fans, I'm talking about the Call of Duty fans, I'm talking about the other fans, specifically the Call of Duty fans, they're going to jump back on Xbox because they know that's the only place they're going to get the game with the content day and day. Yeah. They're going to do that because they did it on 360. They didn't give a fuck. They jumped ship immediately.
Well, that's why this deal is very dangerous.
Yes.
Because it's just, I know Erox says paradigm shift, which is true, but this is a massive, this has the potential of a massive shift where people come over. Because here's the problem I see with Sony fans in general, and I kind of don't care if they come over or not. The Sony fan is basically COD or Madden, or they buy like maybe those couple big games that come out for Sony. And Or so like they'll play a game like COD or they'll play a game like Madden, right? Which occupies all their time. And I'll throw myself under the bus. I used to do the same thing as well. You know, my schedule when I used to play heavy into COD, because all you do is play COD, and then a game will come out like that, and then they'll pick up like a God of War. But God of War only takes you so far. This is why they're having problems, right? This is why the with them on social media is you guys beat it in a week, and then you come back and you start talking about Xbox again, because that's actually true, right? They're games that have that sustainability. So what they do most of the times, they play Madden or they play COD or NBA or whatever other big game that's out there. But if there's no multiplayer facet to it, or if there's not something that's going to grasp their attention for a long period of time, right? They have nothing, and that's the thing I don't like about it, because I think that's detrimental to gaming the way, and that's why gaming is moving to all this live service stuff, because a lot of these developers want to make that money, right? Because I see it all the time, dude. My daughter plays Overwatch, right? Dude, so we're constantly buying the season passes, and if she wants to buy some type of package or whatever, we buy that too. I mean, shoot, I buy it because I play with her, right? Same thing with COD, but Sony doesn't have that at all. And if they lose COD, that's why COD was their big money maker. If they lose that, I mean, I'm just saying this to answer your question, Dale. If Xbox, but here's the problem here. This is the difference, Dale. Like, so what happens when Xbox gets it? Absolutely, really nothing, because Xbox really doesn't need COD, right? But for Sony, they need COD. Like, they really need COD. That's like a money. They're gonna lose a money revenue stream off of losing COD, where Xbox will be fine. You know, you hear what's our boy, dude? Other Zinc always talk about that, how he's always putting up the numbers, right? other things always putting up the numbers like, okay, well, we got 20 million participating on this game, or how many CFDs and all that kind of stuff. And that's just the direction that the gaming industry is moving, and Sony's just not. They're just behind. Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna bring in Sega Man real quick, guys. Sorry. Hey, Sega Man, what's up, brother?
What's up, brother? What's going on?
I was just having the dudes drop knowledge, man. We got realist in here today.
Oh, cool. What's up?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
what's
that's
up,
What's
brother?
going on? How
Yeah,
y'all
it's
be?
we're doing all right. How about yourself,
Good.
man?
Good, man. Good. What you getting into, Sega Forever?
Nah, dude, he about to be dropping some bombs on us
Okay.
in the discussion.
Yeah.
Right now, we're talking about the AKB deal because of all the
Yeah.
drama that's going on. I know you were working today. I caught your podcast earlier.
Thank you, man. Yeah.
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 I with you and Zinc, which was awesome.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh, the ABK. Yeah, man. We'll be talking about until it's finalized.
Look, it's the
Also,
other delinquent. He's back in town.
who do you mean yourself?
Yes, yes.
What's going on, brother?
Now, so we're just answering Dia's questions. Just if you have any
Wow,
thoughts.
I didn't believe she's up, man. Hey, Dia.
Yeah, she can't join the podcast because she's got her
Asthma.
asthma's acting up.
That was kind of like a broad question, though, right? Because you can kind of see like what Sony's trying to do to get ahead of the game with all these service games.
Yeah.
You
Go
know.
ahead, realist. Go ahead.
No, it's cool. It's cool. With like Sony's trying to get ahead the only way they can. Of course, they can't spend like Microsoft and bring big third-party games into their service regularly.
Right.
So right now, all they have is their name and the ability to market to 120 million people. So that's what they're doing. A lot of people are signing up or just rolling over from Plus, because I don't know if y'all have no, you don't have a PlayStation Sega Forever, but
Yeah.
they push it real tough just through the console. They already have a base of people that they can market, that pay them to market to them.
Oh yeah. They do advertise hard on their actual console. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the way that they're gonna push it. They're not the best thing that they can do is act like Microsoft doesn't exist, right? Don't try to compete head up. Just do what you can, because they'll never be able to have the same type of offering. They won't be able to bring those day one games, and that's the thing that separates the two services. The big third party games like Atomic Heart, Wolong, already early in this year, and what was that? Exo Mecha, right? Exo Primal, right?
Yeah.
They just announced that one is coming. PlayStation doesn't give you those. Shadow Warrior, my understanding that y'all brought up earlier, was like a 5-hour game. I didn't know it did good at all. I thought it just came and went. I didn't hear anything about it.
Oh yeah. Shadow Warriors 3.
Yeah, Shadow Warrior 3.
Yeah.
Isn't
It
it in Game Pass now?
I think so. I think so.
Today.
I think so.
I was playing it today. It's in there.
It's awesome game.
I mean, I like Shadow Warrior 1 and 2.
Yeah, 1 was good too. 2 was good. They're all good. They just, they're kind of smaller, short, not that long, but they're good games. You know what I mean? Great banter, humor with the Japanese culture, with the main protagonist. He's kind of like John Woo on crack.
Yeah, he's like in a movie.
Huh?
Like Tropic Thunder.
Yes, yeah. But the character looks like John Woo, right?
Yeah.
You know what John Woo is, right? But he's like, you know how he acts like retarded. He's very Hollywood. He'll say stupid shit. The banter is very like third wall, kind of like the way Deadpool acts, kind of like that. Yeah, so it's an awesome protagonist, and the graphics looked incredible, especially for the third one. The second one was nice. The leap from 1 to 2 was great, but
Yeah.
okay, but yeah, right. But the third one, you can tell they had a bigger budget, more money, because they got bought out, I believe, by another. I don't know if it was Tencent or Embracer.
Man,
Somebody bought them.
I would not if it was Embracer.
I'm not sure if it was Embracer or Tencent. I'm not sure who bought them. Well, I know is that they got
look,
bought.
just real quick, just to wrap up everything I'm saying. What's going to happen for Xbox?
Go
right?
ahead.
All these Xbox people who've been crying about how Xbox doesn't market, wait till you see what they do now. Now that they got IP secured, known characters, known IP that they can throw on TV that everybody recognizes. Watch how they're marketing now. Watch how it changes now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't think they're going to take over the console league because people are creatures of habit. Right now, people are still buying PlayStations out of habit, and Xbox has to break that habit. And I think they have a few years in front of them before they can break the habits of those people.
Hey
People have
guys,
to
I'll be back.
understand that games like Elder Scrolls and Call of Duty are not coming to PlayStation. Like they have to get that through their head. Once they figure that out, well, Call of Duty will be there, but it won't be the best place to play anymore. Once that's established, then you'll start to see those numbers go up.
Let me ask you guys a question. Do you think that Microsoft is? Do you honestly think that Microsoft is really worried about doing that, like breaking that console thing with PlayStation?
What do you mean breaking the console thing?
Like being ahead of them, like consoles being sold, because Microsoft is basically a software company. I don't think they're really worried about like getting a lot of consoles out there, as long as you could play their games on a PC, on a phone, or something like that, brothers. I don't really think they're really worried about that. You know what I mean? I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, that's just my opinion. I think they're just really worried about getting everybody in the ecosystem with Ultimate Game Pass, and eventually, playing games over here. Not necessarily happen to, outsell PlayStation with like consoles, because consoles really is irrelevant if you think
Sega
about
Man,
it.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why is Sony number one?
Why is Sony number one?
Yeah, as far as consoles are concerned in revenue.
Man, I just is it the consoles? I'm not sure.
This is not an opinion. All right, they're number one because they're the biggest storefront. Xbox knows that they can't overtake Sony in a short period of time, so they have to take the ubiquitous approach. Okay, so Game Pass allows them to not worry about sales. Let's just get our subscription numbers up.
Right.
But each and every platform would prefer that you're buying games that they have no development dollars into, no input, right? And they just can collect 30% for doing nothing.
I'm back,
which is what Sony does.
Hey.
Xbox would prefer that you're buying games in their ecosystem, but they got to get you there in some way, right? People don't like the Windows Store, so then they have to bring their games to Steam. Xbox would prefer that you buy from the Microsoft Store. They have to find a way to get people to come to the Microsoft Store and enjoy their experiences. Because I've heard people complain, but
they figured it out now with Game Pass, with the console, at least in the console.
Game Pass is just subscriptions. All right, mm-hmm. They want you buying everything from them. They want to collect those 30% sales, the 30% of every sale, just like Sony is. That's why Sony is number one. They're the largest console storefront. It's not because of their IP. It's everybody else's IP that they're able to sell to 120 million people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but also we're the only ones around for a long time, without real competition, So that's also what put them so far ahead with so many casuals,
That's fine, right? But the question is, do I think Microsoft cares? Microsoft does care. Is that?
Oh yeah, I think they do care. But they know that it's gonna be it's gonna be a process, right? It's gonna take a time.
Right. They have the money and they have the right product to put in front of everybody.
And they have the time because they have the money.
Sell you the console. But I bet you can bet your monkey's uncle that they would prefer to be at 40 million consoles compared to PlayStation's 20 right now, because that's 40 more. That's 20 more million more people than Sony has that can buy third-party content from their platform.
But realist. So what do you think about what Phil Spencer said about that though? Where he was talking about, they have a support. I'm sorry, I'll be honest with you, I don't believe that they have that big a user base. And even if they have a bigger user base, not everybody.
But here's the thing, I'm saying it forever. That user base they have, and I know because I've seen it, I witness it day in, day out. Okay, especially in my area. Most of the people that buy it, they'll buy it because it's the cool console to own. But then they don't use it. They just leave it. They don't buy software. That's why the attachment ratio is not there. That's why Microsoft makes more money than them, even though they sell more consoles. Because the people that buy their consoles don't buy games. The people that buy Xbox buy games because they're like 75-80% of the people buying Xbox are real gamers. They're gamers. You know what I mean? They'll play games through Game Pass. They'll play games through buying. You know what I'm trying to say? And that's where they have their advantage. But they definitely would like. I'm pretty sure if they had, like Real was saying, they had 40 million consoles versus 20, right?
Yeah.
They would prefer that as well, because that just means guaranteed more people are going to buy more software on their console, because the console alone, what it has to offer is attractive.
Well,
Game
that's why,
Pass is attractive, right? Right? Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Say what you were going to say, brother.
I think that was the whole reason for Game Pass to come about.
Yes.
Microsoft and Phil Spencer figured out, kind of like what you were saying earlier, right, about the attachment rate to console and stuff like that. Like you could have a big console base, but like you're saying, not everybody is gonna buy, right? Not every, how much of those people are participating. And that's what I was saying to Realist. Like Phil Spencer kind of touched on that as well, right? As far as that's why the ecosystem is so huge. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong, Realist.
No. He's not. He has a point. Yeah, he has a very good point. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point.
We can discuss these things, because I understand what they say, right?
Yeah.
They know we might look. If we know we can't overtake them in console sales, why are we going to fight their fight when we have the money and the wherewithal to create our own lane and our own battles through Game Pass? Now you look at
they're
Sony,
beating
and
them
they have
in
to,
the
and they
other
have to
ways.
compete, and they have to compete with Microsoft.
Yes.
They have this console lead, but here you have the market leader trying their best to compete with so-called third place.
Yeah.
Sony
But that's,
recognizes
again,
the
but that's
threat
because
that the Game Pass is, especially when their number one moneymaker will be in that service, and they're charging $70, just like they do for MLB The Show.
And yet, more people have more accessibility to play it on Xbox now, right?
So Hiba, was it you that was talking about this a while ago with the HD Blu-ray thing?
Which part?
Like Microsoft tried to go with the HD route. Wasn't that you? Like back
Oh
in
yeah,
the day?
what you mean with the HD DVD?
Yeah, HD versus Blu-ray, right? Is it HD DVD versus Blu-ray?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Was that-
HD was the first one. That was the original one created, and it was a much better format. The only difference was it had less gigs on the disc. They had to transition to a bigger disc, and they used more compressed technology or techniques. But it had, better picture quality, better blacks, better contrast, better black and white levels, better features in the disc itself, like featurettes, pop-up menu, all kinds of shit, which later, Blu-ray copied after they end up winning because they put them inside those PS3s, right? Because that's why they won that format war with that, because Sony put it in the PS3. If Microsoft would have put it in, because they didn't force people to do it, obviously, on the 360, forget about it. It would have still been the HD format, which was created by Toshiba at NEC. But and Hitachi was the main processor for all those players, just like it was for a lot of the consoles.
Hitachi? I haven't heard that.
Yeah, Hitachi was the main processor for the Saturn, the Dreamcast, the Xbox Lundenberg, the hardware inside. The main processors was made by Hitachi because they make the best picture quality in the world at that time. But now they're not so well known. So you'll find Hitachi maybe in Europe. Hitachi is probably the biggest thing as compared to here. The biggest thing now here is probably still LG, Samsung, you know what I mean? In the States. But they're nowhere near that quality. So, that's what ended up happening. But again, like right now, a lot of the games, like people don't understand that. Another thing is that they don't know, and maybe you guys know, maybe you don't, I don't know. But one of the reasons why you see the games that they try to put them more digital instead of being on the disc like they did with Halo is because Xbox is still using 50 gigs disc, even though they're 4K, as opposed to using the 100 gig disc. The PS5, they have the 100 gig disc. That's why they print out the two discs separately. And that's why you'll get a PS5 version and the PS4 version, because they can actually fit the whole game in that disc as opposed to putting it digitally. I guess Microsoft does that because it's a way to make it easier for them and not as expensive, so they can, do other things and just do it to firmware update because they're more online connected with their console. And that's why you see people trying to say, oh, they're trying to steal your right, that you don't really own your game. And it's not that. It's because they still have the disc with the less gigs. Microsoft transitions to that 100 gig disc. It's more expensive, the disc, right? But they can add all the games on there and compress them instead of worrying about them being available where half the game is digital, digitally installed, and then half the game is on the actual disc, and that's where the problem's coming that they're having. So, they need to upgrade to that disc, but they haven't. And my guess is because, like I said, it's very expensive. That's why Sony keeps charging $70 for their games since the beginning of the generation, and they don't want to let it go. Like that's why they charge even more for some games, in some cases, and they don't want to go no other way, no other format, or no other route, like more digital, for example. Even though they said 60% or 70 on PlayStation buy digitally, so I don't understand why they just haven't adapted, but it is what it is. But yeah, with Xbox, that they need to fix that, because that would eliminate that whole issue of, oh, but the game is on the disc, it's all digital, and people trying to say that they're trying to steal your games and steal your rights and shit like that. That's why you still see that little stupid narrative going around. That's why.
Hey, realist, Gogo said that MS is not that far behind in revenue. With 80K, they're in second place.
Because he's talking quarterlies and I'm talking yearlies, right? And yearly, we're going off last year's data. And last year, Microsoft was what's that, $8 billion behind, and Activision made $7 billion last year. So once this Activision closes, assuming that they have similar types of earnings, they'll only be $1 billion in terms of revenue. And also, we don't know how much money Game Pass is making. We have to see what Game Pass looks like when they start putting these big games in there. Like, there has not been a big, huge AAA since Halo and Forza to hit Game Pass, right? And then when you get a game like Starfield to hit, that's when you start to see those numbers explode. Like, it's gonna take IP that people know to get the attention of the casuals, because all the hardcore, I'm pretty sure we're all
like Call of Duty. You just said exactly. Right on the nose. When Call of Duty gets there on Game Pass, that shit will blow up to what Sega Forever's been talking about forever, to that 50 and 60 million subscription spot that Game Pass needs. And once it gets to that point, forget about it. They won't
get
be
to
able
50
to
million, it's a wrap.
That's what I'm saying. They can't stop.
I did the math I did the math in the past on that. The money that they're going to be making is crazy. The amount of money that they can throw at AAA developers. They already have a waiting list for Game Pass.
Yeah.
So just imagine you have this huge surplus of money, because right now they're still in the investment phase.
They're still in the infancy stage.
They're still in the investment phase where they have to pour money into it to build
and
it up.
And it's already making big money for them. So imagine
it's making a profit, according to what is that, Phil? I think Phil said
they're turning a profit. You saw what they made in 3 quarters. They made 2.6 billion.
Phil, it's crazy. The way he said it though was funny.
Hey fellas, excuse me. I'm gonna step out because I have to go get my daughter. But my phone needs to get charged too, so I'm gonna charge it while I go get her, and then I'll try to come back in. All right.
All right, bro.
Brother.
All right, guys.
Yeah, because he says console sales don't equal winning. See, now Go, he reminds me of other Zinc. Those are my hardcore. Those are my hardcore, heavy hitting Xbox dudes. I got nothing but love for them. We don't have to agree on everything.
Right.
But when we're talking about money, the reason why Sony is number one when it comes to consoles is because they have the most amount of consoles to sell third-party content to. If Nintendo had a console strong enough to run Call of Duty, and look at Hogwarts. Hogwarts still isn't on Switch, but they're trying. Imagine games like that being able to be played on Switch without having to get another developer to port to the Switch, right? Because the ones that they have are old, right? Doom, Witcher, BioShock, those are old games. Right. But imagine if Nintendo was able to have your Maddens and your 2Ks on there. How much more money could they make? And that's why, and see, they have more consoles than everybody, but they don't make the most revenue. They make the most profits, but they don't make the most revenue. And the reason why Microsoft is not making the most profit is because, like I said, they're feeding Game Pass. Game Pass is in the, like I think as Hebot said, the infancy stage, but they have to fund it. Like it's not just all profit yet. But it is showing potential. You've heard all types of verbiage that they've used.
Yeah.
But like he bought through that $50 million number. Once it gets to 50 million, it's game over. Like sky's the limit. There's no game that they can't put in there at that point.
Well, so when I looked at it, when I did a video about that, right? So my thing was road to 50 million, road to 100 million, and the only reason I put that because of the comparisons to Netflix, right? And so if they can get that subscription service up, but it's not just the subscriptions as well. I mean, that's a major part of it, but it's just getting everybody into that ecosystem. Again, to me, that's why ABK is so dangerous, right? Because you have the potential of bringing everybody over, and they don't need to. The dangerous thing about Game Pass, right, is because you don't need to buy every single game in Game Pass, right? So I guess this is a similar thing you're kind of saying. Correct me if I'm wrong, realist, but you're kind of saying with the console base of Sony. But with Game Pass, dude, I mean, you have the potential of keeping people in an ecosystem, and then if you get the majority of people with the variety and the stuff that they have, it's just constant revenue stream. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
With them, I mean, because I do that now, right? And I shouldn't. I'm buying games just because I like them, and then I like. Yeah, go ahead.
You brought up Netflix, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Netflix just started turning a profit like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
They had to remember, Microsoft calls himself, they said the Netflix of gaming. Satya Nadella learned from Reed Hastings at Netflix.
Yes.
All right. So they understand what it takes to make the subscription service pop outside of what they're already doing with their own products, right? Before gaming, right? Office, Cloud, LinkedIn, everything else is under a subscription. So they understand how to make it work.
Yes.
But you're going to have to put a lot of money into it. Where Netflix went wrong is they took a long time before they started to invest in their own original content. Microsoft's going to learn from that mistake, and that's why you see them, instead of making deals like these fraud Xbox fans are telling them to do, go to Marvel, go to this, go to that. No, Microsoft does not want to be beholden to someone else for their content. They'd rather buy it. See, the reason why WB didn't happen, it's obviously not about the money, because WB wanted $4 billion, and then right after that fails, they go spend $70 billion. It's about the IP. They want that IP. They don't want for you to all of a sudden decide that, no, you know what, I don't want to license it anymore. Who would? Why would $1 trillion company put themselves in that position? Look at Sony. Their most popular game is not even owned by them. And so that's why Microsoft's moving the way to do, and they're going to have to continue to fund it. But I think that this Activision deal will pay off in spades. And then you have a lot of these studios that they bought, they've splintered off and formed smaller teams. Look at Obsidian. They said they have 6 games. Well, now we're at 5 games over the next 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's the type of thing. We got Playground with 2 games, right? We got Fable and we got Horizon going from Playground. So this is going to be all about the content. It's about owning the content, and it's about lessening your dependence on third-party content. And when you do bring third-party content that is harder hitting than the content that we've been getting, because right now it's heavily geared towards indies, which I have no problem with, because now I'm an indie gamer. But the games that people really will tune in for, they haven't been hitting yet. Well, but they're about to.
But you know the thing about with the third party stuff, if it hits that 50, if it hits the 100 million, here's the kicker for me, right? Where I think, of course, Netflix it's very comparable, Game Pass and Netflix, but there are definitely differences, especially because the type of consumer they go for, right? So the thing that I see with that is that if it gets let's say it hits 70 billion, right? At that point, and you see this kind of happen, I think you mentioned it earlier in the podcast, right? You see a lot of people already lining up, right, to get onto Game Pass, because you don't want to be the person left out as well. And I think this is where some of that monopoly fear, at least, and I'm not talking about the ponies and all the crap they spew on social media. I'm talking about people that actually looked at the numbers and thought about it a little bit as far as monopoly, right? Because as you know, the indie developers on PlayStation came out and was talking about the problems they were having. Heba talked about that earlier. But what I'm talking about is just like there's so many people on Game Pass, right, that you can't afford not to go to Game Pass. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. But if you pay attention to what that developer said, is if they allow this deal to go through, Game Pass will grow, and in turn, companies like ours will grow.
Yeah.
Because Game Pass funds a lot of their projects.
Yes.
Scorn doesn't get made without Game Pass. Ebb Software was working so hard to get that game done, like years when that demo came out, and then when the game finally came out. Stalker Stalker's not coming out with just those guys. You know, Game Pass is putting itself in a position where it pretty much feeds the industry, but beneath AAA. And once it gets to a certain point, which I'm thinking Microsoft thinks that they will be, and I know they hope to be, to where it funds AAA development, to where you get these AAA games in there that everybody knows about.
Yeah.
So I definitely hope a game like Dead Island 2 will drop in there.
Eventually.
That would be a big game if they did that.
You know, because everybody was talking about Dying Light going in there. If they were at 50, there's no doubt that game would have been in there.
Yeah. Where do you think they are now? Where do you guys think they are now?
I think they're around 35.
What do you mean?
A subscription.
I'd say almost 40.
Really? 40? Wow. Yeah.
I say almost, not,
Almost.
but almost, yeah.
Yeah, I would
Really?
say
What did
30.
you
I would say 35. 35 million, because Strauss Zelnick said 25, and then Sony told the Brazilian regulators they were at 29 last year.
Okay.
Told Brazilian who's at 29.
When Sony was saying that Game Pass had an insurmountable lead in 60% of the subscription market, they said that they were at 29 million subscribers and they couldn't hope to catch up to that. That's what Sony said to the regulators.
Didn't Jim Ryan say that it's going to be hard to catch up to Game Pass? I believe.
Yes, what I just said.
Yeah.
This is Jim Ryan's complaints to Brazil. So I would say they have to be around 35, no less than 34. You know, and I don't think that they want to talk about it until they hit certain markers. I don't think they really want to talk about 25. I think they want to. When they announce a number, they want to announce something that makes you go ooh. You know, and they also want to put it in a point to where it can stand on its own instead of lumping it together with other business units at investor meetings. Go ahead.
Look, I'm going to be honest, man. I think Sony would have done much better with their own little, their copycat Game Pass if they would have put their exclusives in there. You know what I mean? But they didn't do that. So to me, that was a mistake. You know what I mean? They don't want to do that. They should have put their exclusives in there day and date. And I honestly think maybe that subscription would have done a little better, in my opinion.
Which subscription?
Huh?
What subscription are you talking about?
What's it called?
The PlayStation one?
Yeah, is it Spartacus or whatever? I mean,
bro,
is that what
it's that's the code name. I just wanted to know. Yeah, look at what they did though, right? They had PlayStation or PS Now that nobody was using, had 2 million subscribers, and all they did was roll that into the normal people who pay to play Call of Duty.
Mm-hmm.
And they're constantly trying to sell to those people, because if you pay attention to their numbers, their subscription numbers are lowering. They're blaming people going back to work and kids going outside at their investor meetings. But those numbers are steadily falling. Why? Right?
Yeah.
That's the console that people go to play your Fortnite. That's why they were imposing these taxes on Epic when it came to crossplay.
Yeah.
Like that's what kids buy. People buy PlayStation because they know it, right? Your daddy was playing it, so he told you to have one.
Yeah.
You know, it's generational. Yeah.
Yeah. So like with me, my kids. Now I'm an Xbox guy, so I'm gonna buy it first. But my daughter, she wanted to play Fortnite. Okay,
Yeah.
I went and bought our Series S,
Uh-huh.
and through I got 2 months of Ultimate for $3 on the key site, and now she's learning to play other games. See, if she asked me for a PlayStation, I would have made an executive decision. Doesn't make any sense for me to buy a PlayStation when I can buy you an Xbox. It needs to get to that point.
Yeah.
When parents see these commercials or see these advertisements in their magazines or whatever they're into, where, because see, I know, like, mom, man, I don't know about y'all, but I'd ask my mama for something. She'd bring me in something totally different because it was a better value for her.
Bro, it's like dude. I have this story, man. It's like, for me, it's like GoBots all over again, right? Because I wanted Transformers. My grandmother went to the store and she saw that, like, this bin full of GoBots on sale. They were like 3 for $7, right? And I wanted a Transformer, so I tried to, like, steer her away from that bin, because I know if she saw it, I wasn't gonna get no Transformers, bro. I was gonna get GoBots, So
I remember
yeah, I
Go
understand
Block, man.
100% what you say. Yeah, the parents, and that's why it's interesting with the Xbox Series S, right? Why it's been such a big hit, because people don't understand the power of the dollar when it comes to parents.
Yeah. Look, my brother-in-law, he was waiting for a PS5. I said, bro, why don't you just go get a Series S? Because all he plays is the show. And I'm like, dude, we don't even pay for the show. Like it comes into the service, and then you got other games.
Right.
But I guess that the value's not there for him because he literally only plays the show in Call of Duty. And
Oh,
Game
yeah.
Pass for a year is either 120 or 180. He can just buy the 2 games that he plays. But for most people, it's not like that, especially parents who need their kids to go sit their asses down somewhere. Like there's no way you can tell me there's nothing to play
Yeah.
with Game Pass.
Yeah, we've had that discussion multiple times.
Hey man, another way to get that Game Pass, what other way to get that Game Pass cheaper is actually if you go to what's it called, CD Keys.
Oh yeah. Tell them, Sega man. I know you be using that.
Yeah, you can get 3 months of Ultimate Game Pass for I don't know if you can do it now, but me and Unlimited got it for $25, and it's originally $40-something.
Yeah.
And 100 was telling me that for a long time. I just never did it because I didn't trust it at first. I'm just speaking truth of facts about that. But when I tried, I'm like, oh, this is cool. Even Unlimited said, yeah, I wouldn't do it, Sega man, if I didn't think it was trustworthy. And I'm like, man, this is cool. So yeah, you can get it cheaper on there, man. You can get a month. You know how you get a month for like, what is it, 15? I think you can get it for like 10 or 9 or something like that, like 1 month of Ultimate Game Pass. So they give you like, and sometimes they have big sales on Ultimate Game Pass sometimes, especially around like, the holidays, or even randomly, if you check CD Keys, they'll have 3 months for, like I said, like $20-something or something like that. And that's good. You jump on that because that's a good deal. You know what I mean?
I actually tied mine to the Bing, the points. So
Yeah.
Microsoft now you can tie it to yours. So that's what I do because I spend so much. Yeah, realist. Speaking of, I spend so much in the ecosystem, right, of Microsoft, whether it's movies, games. I think even our controllers and stuff when we order it online is tied to that too, right? Well, all I know is I buy stuff in the ecosystem, dude, and I get a bunch of Bing points, and then I do the trivia and all that stuff. But I got it at a point where they just take. I think like I got it for like 8,000 Bing points every month they take out.
Yeah.
So that's how I get my monthly.
I mean, it's Sega, man. Sega Forever, brother. With all this stuff with ABK, when Microsoft gets ABK and the realist, he can chime in if he wants. I just think, with that coming, and then Sony turning down that 10-year deal, I think twice. I don't think they're gonna bite. Maybe they will at the very, last minute. I was trying to tell Tuck maybe. I don't know, but
I
I think they need to. I think they need to swallow their pride and just do it, man. You know what I mean? But I don't see them doing it. I really don't see them taking the 10-year deal, man. You know what I mean?
Dude, I told MBG today. I told him straight, man, on his Twitter. I was like, 'cause I've been on Twitter all day, and I told him straight, dude, I'd actually have respect for Sony if they didn't take the deal. If they ever wanted my respect, I'd have respect for them if they didn't take the deal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, actually, because that's with all the whining and complaining they did, and all the bravado that they put up there. I was like, dude, I would actually respect you guys if you actually follow through. I don't think you will.
Yeah.
I told MBG that he didn't respond though. I was like, yeah, I need to respond.
Hey, Sega, man, it's Sega Forever, my man. I think people worry too much. Like they worry too much about that, man. I'm basically just worried about what Microsoft Xbox is doing for me as a gamer. You know what I mean? And Game Pass right now is it. You know what I mean? For me, Ultimate Game Pass is the shit. It just is, man. Like I'm not worried. I'm not really worried about Sony and Nintendo. I'm really not, man. I've been playing games for years, bro, and collecting. You know what I mean? And I worked for GameStop, so I know how they work, behind the scenes and what they do. You know what I mean? I ain't really worried about it, man. Sony, they got to do something. That's all I got to say. They got to do something, man. You know what I mean? I'm honestly not worried about it. I'm excited for E3. is going to be coming up soon. You know what they got to bring. What's up, Fire Boss?
Hey, Fire
I
Boss,
mean,
sorry. I was on the other screen. My bad, bro.
That's what
waiting.
I'm worried about, bro. I'm not
Okay.
worried about what they do, man. You know, honestly.
Well, you know what it is, but when you have weeks like this, it's just fun, right?
A boss man in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boss here. I'm here.
What's up,
Hey,
Fire Boss?
what's up, Fire Boss? You're just in time.
Shoot, looking at that counter saying 119 minutes ago.
Where you went?
I
Were you
don't, I
waiting?
don't know about that.
Yeah. Well, did you hear what Unlimited said, right? Unlimited, dude, he had me rolling at the podcast. He said when you do Sega Forever's podcast, man, you start off with me and Sega Man, and you end up with Fire Boss, and I forgot to Fire Boss and Dale or something like that. 4 hours
Yeah,
later.
yeah. It's like it's like what was that one wrestling event they usually have where stars just keep coming out. It's like four. It's like four. Yeah, it starts off with 4,
Yeah.
and then one gets eliminated. Another one comes in.
As Gorilla Monsoon would say, it's pandemonium.
So,
Yeah, so Realist was nice enough to join us, man. I really appreciate your perspective, Realist, honestly. 'Cause you had me
It's
thinking
always
about
it's
stuff like
always
that.
good to talk with real Xbox fans because, like, look, you said, like, man, I don't mean to disagree. Man, look, that's cool because at the end of the day, I know that I'm not on here with a clown. So, like, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. Like, we can have different opinions. That's all good. Like, even Gargo Poe, you still all love with him. He got on me because he said I said the Xbox was dying. I'm like, I like that, but you can. For me, I can see like kind of where tech is going. Like
Yeah.
everybody would prefer to just be all digital. Look at what Sony's trying to do with their PlayStation. Just get rid of the disc. If you want a disc, go buy it separately. They're moving towards this digital future. Like Microsoft's been trying to move towards it since the Xbox One launch.
So the thing is, like, go along with because see, it's funny because the first times me and Realist have ever talked with each other, we remember we kind of had disagreements, but after a while it's like man, it's like I enjoy talking with this dude because this is what I'm talking about. This is what a true debate is about, and everything, and stuff like that. And it's like man, I respect where this dude is coming from. But to interject and add where he's coming from, it's like you have to think about it. The demand of ownership of physical is shrinking and shrinking. It's getting smaller. The number of people wanting to have physical copies is actually, despite I know a lot of people say like, oh, but I like physicals. The guy who responded on my post likes physicals. I guess everybody still likes physicals. It's like, no. The greater majority is actually that likes physical is shrinking.
Well, I mean, even it's a directive. You can tell that that's the way the industry wants. Look at what happened to music. We fought it. I miss going to sound waves.
Mm.
Like we barely even have we don't even have a record shop. Like we have like independent record shops. But we don't have chains anymore.
We used to the last one we had in this whole town, which was owned by a college boy. He bought it from this old black guy who originally bought it from this old white guy, and he was just a college kid that was a music major. He bought it from USC, University of South Carolina. He bought it and he ran it for a while, at least to the pandemic, and now it's like it's gone. But the only thing that they were really selling in there was just vinyl. So if you was in there just looking for vinyl, that was it.
Actually, vinyl's coming back.
That's what I was just about to say because you can buy it at Walmart, and they have record players in there too.
Yeah, me and the old man saw that, and of course that made his heart skip a beat.
And it's so specialized, right? Because I was reading a story of this little Latina lady. Her whole business is finding like old physical media and putting it in the hands of people who want it, repackaging it, making it feel like new, and they got a record. And she made millions of dollars just doing that.
That's the thing about it. Yeah, the realist is right, Fire Boss. That's the thing about it. People like to feel and see something new in the shrink wrap. It's, you know, some people even buy a copy to use and then they keep another copy in the shrink wrap. You know, it's all about that, man. The feel and, you know, the nostalgia about, you know, certain records and CDs and games, you know, and stuff like that. It's a big business, man. It's a you can make some really good money, you know, off of selling you know, I mean, you know, like nostalgia, like old physical, you know, games and CDs and vinyl and stuff like it. Big money in that, man.
Yeah. But the thing is, you can only do but so much of a run. So
Yeah.
I've been seeing like the tweets and stuff. Like I guess like correct me if I'm wrong, but was Xbox offering to like, you know, like let like certain developers do like limited runs?
Because I heard what's the name was about to come out with a physical Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah.
Psychonauts was another one that was digital only. You know, they there's I can just see, man, like they understand that there are people there, and they'll attack them later. They're not
Yeah.
the priority like it was when it needed it. Because we're buying these discs and the games aren't even on the discs anyways. So what are we really collecting?
Yeah. And see, to me, it's like something like that right there, where it's like a limited run and stuff like that, or you just basically like make it upon demand, where it's like, okay, you know, it's like, oh, you got two different options. You can buy it digitally, or you can, you know, order it, you know, or you can buy it physically, and they'll send you the disc or something like that. So yeah, that's you know, something like that. Yeah, I'm down with something like that.
But I gotta ask the realist in you this, Fire Boss. This is just a question. Now everything is gone digital. I buy digital games. Yes, I'm a physical collector. I'm an OG collector. I have all the Segas and all that stuff. You know what I mean? The OG systems.
You have everything, bro.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have.
pretty much.
Yeah,
I watch
you know. So yeah, of course I can always go back and play those games. You know what I mean? But this is a digital era, and it's going to be going forward like that. But is it possible though that the digital era of games and stuff like that? What happens if the servers get shut down or they go away? You lose that game. You don't have the game anymore. So your purchase is like null and void, right?
That's a good question.
That's actually a tricky question, because you know, I mean, it's like, as much as we can, you know, kind of sit here and say, you know, kind of like, you know, kind of spinning around as to like, you know, like, oh, you know, what if all the servers go down? We're talking about Microsoft, and
Yeah.
and the thing is, like, I still will live by what my old man always says, whereas anything man-made is always subject to fail. There's truth to that. But the thing about it is that, again, this is Microsoft, and they've been running servers all over the world in different types of setups and situations. The thing is, yeah, you may have Azure servers, but you got servers that are backups to those servers and backups to those servers.
Yeah.
So the thing I'm getting at is that even if everything was to, you know, Azure wise was to go down, and it's like, oh, hey, I can't, you know, access, you know, my Game Pass and all this stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, Nintendo and Sony, okay, that's a different situation. I couldn't give you a clear answer there. But Microsoft, no, I'm very sure that they will honor, they will keep it on record that you do own that stuff. Because I mean, dude, it's like just transferring over to my Series X, you know, that I gotten, you know, courtesy of this man here, the realist.
Oh,
And
nice.
realist, and
That's cool.
We just reached out to the right
legal
people.
Yeah, and legal and stuff like that. You know, basically poking the right bear at the right time. It was like, hey, there ain't no way in the hell somebody's gonna be in this community without an Xbox and stuff.
A veteran
It's like,
like that?
yeah, the moment I got that thing, dude, it and see, in my Xbox One, I didn't have all these games that I had originally had on my 360. But it recognized that I owned those games, and it tried to install all of them. And I was like, whoa, no, you ain't got to do all that.
Yeah, that's what it does. Yep, that's what it does.
I had kind of like, yeah, I was like, whoa, hold on. Be like, shoot. Be like, I appreciate it, but no, let's not do that. So yeah, so like I said,
boss, didn't that happen with Sony? Didn't that happen one time where I thought when you got a PlayStation 5, now I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but didn't that happen with some of their games where people would, I think, went over to the PlayStation 5 and they lost their content or was something they had to do or something like that?
Are you talking about like game saves or something like that?
yeah, that was early. That was early in the start of it. I think
You still can't roll you can have a PS4 and you're just able to get a PS5. You still can't roll them over. You gotta get like a you have to go through and move them over individually through the cloud or put them on a flash drive.
Oh, okay.
Originally, it didn't even let you do that. Use a flash drive, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know about originally. I just know. Look, man, I'm not a PlayStation guy. I just know how people told me they moved their stuff. Like I didn't have any of that because I never had a PlayStation.
Yeah.
So, but for
people,
yeah.
you never owned one at all, real?
I had a PS4 early in the generation, and my cousin kept telling me it was good. So the first thing I did is I went out to get God of War.
Mm-hmm.
But so I'm playing God of War, and I'm like, dude, I've played hack and slashes like this already.
Yeah.
Like, and I sold it to my cousin like 2 months later.
Yeah.
I bought Madden. Back then, Madden had a code on it. Like you couldn't resell it because the internet was tied to that code that was on the disc. I said, man, just give me $60. I just bought it, man. He gave me 60 for the Madden and bought the PlayStation. And I didn't. Yeah, because they didn't have any games that I wanted to play. Like, and then all last generation, like every Xbox podcast I'll be in, I see PlayStation people. I'd even hear Xbox people say, "Oh, Xbox needs bangers." So I was like, "All right." I had like 12 PS5s, bro. So my wife told me to keep one, so I kept one. And first thing I did was I played the bangers. The bangers wasn't banging like they said. You know, the one that I did like is Ghost of Tsushima, but I knew I'd like that. I saved that one for last because I'm an Assassin's Creed fan. So I knew I was gonna like Ghost. That ain't nothing but Assassin's Creed Japan. But no, I never had one because I came from Dreamcast, right?
Yeah, bro.
I came from Dreamcast, and back then we didn't have the internet. There was no internet to tell you that the industry was basically turning their back on Nintendo and Sega, and that Sony was pretty much fear mongering and telling everybody that the Dreamcast. We didn't have a media that way, and they didn't speak about that in EGM or IGN back then. You had to know, and I didn't know. I was having fun on my Dreamcast.
Yeah.
But I did notice the Dreamcast wall go from 2 shelves all the way down to 1 shelf, and then PlayStation had like half of the store full of trash games, and then Nintendo 64 went all the way down to like inside the glass case. You know, and so I was having fun on my Dreamcast, and so once I figured out the Dreamcast was dead, the decision was to go to get a PlayStation like all my cousins had, or go get get an Xbox. And we know Microsoft, right? Microsoft was a name we knew. We all had Windows computers. So I saw Xbox, read about it. Xbox had a hard drive, right? This is coming from Dreamcast. We had the little digital memory slot, right? Yeah, it was cool because you could play with it. You had like a little pad on it and everything.
The VMU.
Yeah, the VMU. That's what it was called. And so you look at Xbox. You had a hard drive. Okay, I understand exactly what a hard drive is. It's much better than a memory card.
Yeah.
And then I find out that you can rip your own music.
Man.
I want y'all to know that I played Grand Theft Auto, driving around the city, just playing my music.
Yep, yeah, I lall that.
But see, another thing I learned about Xbox, right? Because I had a PC, and that's how I was playing like Halo. I used to be a pirate, like a big. I was a broke youngster, bro. So so like Kaza was my thing. Mech Assault.
Yeah.
Once I started playing Mech Assault, and the little 9-year-old kid shot my legs off and cursed me out, all I could do was laugh.
Dude, Mechasalt is one of the first games I played that I actually played with girls.
That's my favorite, man.
That's the first online game I played, and it was the only online game I played for about 9 months. Not online game. It's the only game I played, period, for 9 months. Splinter Cell and Mechasalt were the only 2 games I had when I got my Xbox, and I've been on Xbox ever since. There was no need for a PlayStation. I don't know how like people can juggle all these consoles and all these because you have a job, unless you're rich, you got kids and a woman. Like, where do you fit 3 consoles in that? So like while I was listening to y'all, I was dusting my PlayStation. Like, y'all laughing, but I'm serious. Like it's really no use for it. I don't have. I put a post on Twitter and I said I put my game history. I got an exophase, and then the gap between the time that I played PlayStation is like 2 months. And I said I got to blame Game Pass for this, but New Legal would say you shouldn't have bought it in the first place. You see what I'm saying?
That's legal to T.
Yeah, but I don't look. If you love my problem with PlayStation guys is if you love it, tell me why you love it. Don't come telling me what you don't like about what I already know you don't like. Tell me why you love your PlayStation. And that's my issue with PlayStation guys. Is they can't tell me why they love their PlayStation. All they want to do is tell me they hate Xbox.
Yep.
That's it.
That's right, realist. Tell them. That's all they do.
That's it. I mean, just like a few people already been saying and everything. It's like, when was the last time we seen any of them speak on that PSVR 2? I haven't seen a single post on that thing. And and that's why I'm like, yeah, it's like, and then it's like, okay, when God of War came out, Ragnarok, it's like, how long did Ragnarok last? In the ether, how long did it last? I don't know about y'all, but to me it died out in like under 2 weeks. And the only people who was posting about it was people who wanted a little bragging point, throwing up a photo mode screenshot. But
they didn't talk about it too much, Fireboss. You're right.
No, they didn't. And so that's why when they sit here trying to call themselves like, oh, Spider-Man coming in September. Oh, Starfield is over. I'm like, how? It's like you're talking about a Bethesda game. Bethesda games got legs, bro. They got legs. The moment they come up the gate, they sprinting for like upwards to like 10 to like over a decade. Dude, when was it that Skyrim came out? People still playing it.
Yeah,
bro,
playing it now,
dude. The scary thing about Bethesda fans is they can be so hard on Bethesda, but they are hardcore, man. They are loyal fans, dude. I mean, I've learned that. One of my friends, dude, he plays Bethesda games. I work with him, and dude, a lot of the times I talk to him, dude, he'll just complain about Bethesda games, like little things within the game. Like how everybody tell you it's glitchy. One time he was telling me he was trying to build a fort, and then for some reason the walls, like he was hardcore into the game, he couldn't get the walls to align because of the way the way the geography and stuff was, right? And dude, he was talking about that for like about 2-3 weeks. But then when I talked to him, he goes, "Oh yeah, I'm this far." He still plays it. You know what I'm saying? That's to me that's the thing about Bethesda. That's good for Microsoft, right? There's a lot of people talking trash about Starfield right now. So a lot of them we know are haters too, and some of them are their actual fans. That's why I was watching on social media. Some of the Xbox guys were going in, and I told them, "Dude, watch out! These guys could be Bethesda fans." They're like, Bethesda fans are just a different breed of fans, dude. And I think that's great for Microsoft because they're gonna get that into. That's what's gonna happen, right? It's gonna come over, and those dudes are hardcore. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, not good. So, but yeah, that's all I was gonna say. Is just, it's like I can see Starfield not just still being played for, till all the way till next generation of hardware. I can see it being able to sell again into next generation. Whereas like Spider-Man 2 was like, oh yeah, we did a Spider-Man 2 remaster or something like that. Yeah, like they'll probably sell, I guess, but more than likely a lot of people already have it because don't have the bundles.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, just real quick, man. Let me shout out Dea. Dea had a good. Let me find the quote, man. It was funny. Dea said, "119 minutes in is like 5 minutes to Sega forever." So I told Dea, "You wrong, Dea. You wrong for that."
Google
No,
Poll
that's the
Relish
truth.
is going at it in the chat,
Oh, Google Poll, man.
I told you, man. That's like other Zinc V2.
huh?
I wish
Hey,
Zink was on there,
but like I said, I respect him because he's an Xbox fan, and I know he's an Xbox fan, and I've never seen him, like try to flip. He's always defending Xbox, and what he doesn't know about me is like I've been in this community for 4 years. Like y'all been in it for like 15 plus, some of you,
Yeah.
and all I've been doing is arguing with dudes, defending Xbox. So it's like I understand. But for here, bro, if we don't agree, just know it's all love. Like, I'm not here. I'm not if I'm here for anything, it's not to uplift Sony. But when there are numbers to substantiate a fact, then I can't argue with that. You don't have to like it. I don't have to like it. But if Sony made $24.9 billion last year, that's what they did. And Microsoft made 16. And after I double checked when you asked me, Gogo Poll, I saw that Activision didn't make 7; they made a little over 8. So if you add that, that puts them not even $1 billion underneath what Sony did last year. But everybody's revenues have fallen this year.
Yeah.
Well, economy too, right? So economy.
Everybody's revenues have fallen this year. So it'll be interesting to see. The thing about Game Pass is it's somewhat recession proof.
Yeah,
Right?
in a sense, yeah.
You might not be able to sell $70 individual units with regularity, but people can come up with $10 a month and $300. That's a stimulus check. You see what I'm saying? No, seriously, because when things get bad, they start throwing around those little $500 stimulus.
Oh, yeah.
And a person will say, "Oh, no, that's for food," but nope, because when those stimulus came through, it's really to stimulate the economy. Because people were putting that right back in the economy. People weren't putting that in their bank accounts and saving it for a rainy day. They're going out there buying clothes and everything else, and video games. Video games were at their highest during the pandemic, and that's when people were supposedly struggling the most.
Yeah.
So if you can't come up with $300 and then $10 a month, gaming should not be a priority.
Microsoft as a company, man, they thrived during the pandemic. I can speak to that because we use Teams. We were like one of the first companies, basically, that we were on Teams like from the get-go because a lot of people had to work from home.
This dude said, hold on, man. This dude said I had a soft spot for Sony.
Oh, go, what's that?
He got to be jigging at me, man. He got to be jigging at me. I just went through my history with this cat in the chat and you guys. He said I got a soft spot for Sony. Bro. I agree with him that Sony is indeed a sinking ship. And honestly, I don't want them to go away because it's good for competition. I don't think they'll go away. I think they're going to be the Apple station next.
Yeah, it's like
I think they're gonna get sold.
Yeah, it's like
because honestly, they cannot compete with Microsoft.
No, they can't.
No.
Yeah, it's like what Michael Pachter said, man. It's like, and I remember it had Zulker and all them just fucking pissed off to where they were going off, and he was like, look, listen to me. I didn't say that they were going to go away. I just said they're going to change. They're going to wind up being different. Yeah, there you go. That's the right wording right there. And so, yeah, it's like it's one of those things you have to accept because we had to accept when Sega went away.
That's what I was about to say. I want them to go away. I want them to go away, and when they do, I'm going to say, yeah, Sega says hello.
Go, man. Look up on Twitter. Look at my page and search "Nobody Cry for Sega." I typed it up so many times because everybody that's a PlayStation fan, they see the end. Like we're just like, man, we about to beat y'all. But PlayStation fans, they see the end. They're talking about Microsoft taking over the industry and all this other stuff. They can see the end is near. I'm like, no, y'all ain't gonna go away, bro.
Did you guys see what what's his name? J Rock on Twitter? Some Sony guy put like this dude, you know, these guys have been posting novels.
Oh, you talking about Wooly? You talking about Wooly Gamer?
Wooly.
Yeah.
He wrote that huge presidential speech.
Yeah, but I think it was J Rock, right? That he did it like Star Wars. It's like something like the worst Star Wars movie, and they did it like a scroll. I think that's who it was, dude. It was on Twitter, man. I kind of caught it before I jumped on here. Yeah, I was cracking up laughing, dude. It was funny, man. The thing
that was so funny about that was that at the end of it, where he's talking about basically he's trying to rally the Sony fans to understand that it's like Sony, it's like what Microsoft is saying to do in 10 years, that's impossible. And, they barely could do it with Halo and Gears. And I'm kind of like, dude, they did do it with Halo and Gears. What the hell are you talking about? It's just that
barely come in.
Yeah, but the thing is that what Halo and Gears showed and stuff like that is just that it's a space that, it's going to always be somebody, winding up on top. But the thing is not about who's on top. It's about who's still in the race. And Gears and Halo are still in the damn race. But guess who isn't in that race anymore? You don't see Mag in that race anymore.
Mag.
Yeah. You don't see Warhawk.
You guys remember how popular SOCOM was back then?
Yeah. But the thing is,
popular because if it was popular, they'll still be making them.
Yeah,
but I think first hit, with the commercials and everything like that. Yeah, I wouldn't put it on Halo level. There's a reason why Xbox is called the shooter box, which for some reason a lot of these people forgot. Because we used to get nailed on that, dude. People would be like, "Oh, all you guys just have is shooters. That's all you guys are. You guys are just a shooter box." And now all of a sudden, everybody forgets the history.
Yeah,
they wish they could be the shooter box because you pay attention. They always say, "Well, most of the players are on PlayStation. I mean, what else do y'all have?
Yeah.
Like we got plenty already. That's all y'all have. So y'all better play it.
Yeah, did you
got
guys
plenty
see that
over here."
Yeah.
Did you see them pushing that narrative on Twitter, dude? I was like, I couldn't believe when I was reading that. I was like, dude, you guys are.
The realist is right, man. They wish they was a shooter box because they're worried about that fucking Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, really, what do they have? Like they bought Bungie and they thought they owned Halo.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then the day after the acquisition, Bungie drops that bomb on them. We will remain a multiplayer developer. We don't want to fragment our fan base.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was a shot. That was a shot to the heart.
No, Microsoft was like, yeah, been there, done that, bro.
Like, why do you think we didn't buy them?
Yeah,
but
you remember those guys? Like, why didn't Microsoft buy them? Because Microsoft didn't want to let him go see that other dude on the side, across the street when he go to work.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna take your money, but we can go see him too. That's Sony's. That's Bungie's attitude.
Yeah, but as I was saying though, what Willie's thing to finish off is that, as I was saying in the DMs and everything, you kind of noticed that as he was going through all these, dropping all these titles, all these names, he never brought up Fortnite because he knew Fortnite would have sunk his own argument.
Yeah.
And stuff because Fortnite. I was just gonna say that Fortnite is a freaking juggernaut, man. It's like, and the thing is that came at Epic's most lowest point. Epic was in a bad state.
Yep, that's why they gave almost half of it up to Tencent.
Yeah.
Oh, did they?
So,
did they? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The Tencent owes 42%.
Yeah. Originally at that time it was like 30%, and then it grew to 40%.
Man, Tencent don't mess around, dude.
Yeah, and so I was like, yeah. Notice he never once said Fortnite because that would ruin his own argument of what he's getting at. But the problem is that it's you got like PUBG, Apex Legends, Fortnite. It's like dude, anybody can step into the ring. Don't worry about being on top. Just get in the damn ring. That's all you need to do.
Are you talking about like how Sony won't compete?
That's it.
Yeah.
They don't want to. and it's not a thing of that they don't have the resources. They actually do, but they're wasting them up on the wrong things. They're
They don't
wasting.
want. They don't want to compete.
Yeah, they don't want to compete. They don't want to change. That's the
It's
Yeah.
like if we can't be first, you know what I'm saying? We'll buy time exclusivity or gimp to other versions. They don't want to compete, and that's why like when I deal with the PlayStation fans on Twitter, they'll say, "Well, Halo's dying." I was like, "Well, your games are dead." It's like Call of Duty been kicking Halo's ass for about three different sequels, but Halo kept on coming,
Mm-hmm.
and there's nothing else out there like Gears. Gears is
That's the thing.
untouchable.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because I went when I like what you just said. I was telling another one. I was like, here's the thing. It's like, but the thing is, it's like they're still alive. They're still going. If they truly were dead, then we wouldn't be seeing a Halo Infinite. We wouldn't be hearing about a Gears of War 6. We wouldn't be hearing about that. So look for me like they're still alive and thriving.
But Halo,
Even if it was a bad game, they're coming out with another Halo after this.
well, this just shows that people do want variety, man. You just got to deliver it. That's
Yeah.
what it comes down to. And then Sony doesn't even want to take that chance. See, the Sony, I remember Sony of old, dude, because I used to be a Sony, not in the PlayStation sense, but I said this all the time. But their electronics, dude, everything I owned was Sony. And the people don't realize, even the Sony ponies don't even realize what a dominating company they were back in the day. But the problem with Sony is that they just don't want to change, dude. It's 2023, and they still want it to be 1990.
Yeah.
And that's the big
see,
problem.
And see, it's funny because everybody a lot of those mules. They want to sit there and brag about, oh, look at the numbers of our service, look at our service and everything like that. And it's like, but I'm asking you, I'm telling you guys, I'm sitting here wondering how much longer that service is going to last. The way they're managing it right now, because they're taking their sweet slow time to get decent games in there, keep a good steady flow of decent games in there, because they want to make sure everything goes to a storefront first and is sold to you for $70 first before it goes into the service.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times it's not even guaranteed to go into the service.
No, they will, but see the problem with Sony is they think they're Nintendo. See, Nintendo can have a sorry ass service and just throw old games in there. But another thing, Nintendo's charging like $50 a year for that.
Yeah, but people will buy it.
And Sony is trying to charge what game actually it costs more than Game Pass. It's like $18 a month if you don't prepay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
With no day ones. Well, you get games like Stray and Tachia, but you know what I mean.
It's weird. I mean, their back catalog did they even put their back catalog of games in there?
Yeah, and their back compat is so trash that you have to stream the ones I think from like PS3 and forward.
Yeah, wasn't there an article like what was it like last month where they mentioned that supposedly they figured out PS3 emulation or some mess like that.
It was fake news.
He's like kind of late to the party.
Yeah, that was fake news anyway though. Yeah, that was fake.
If they wanted to do true back and pat, they can't they?
They could, but if you look at what Nintendo does, Nintendo would rather sell it again, and that's what Sony would rather do. Whereas Microsoft's taking the PC approach. They're looking at what PC does and how happy people are over there, because they can play any game, no matter if they get the 9090 PC. You can still play the games that you bought, 20 years ago. That's what they're looking at, and that's what they want to get to. If you look at, because like Bethesda, they said people want them to I want them to remake Morrowind, because that's the game that made me say I'm a hardcore gamer. When I sat up during the 8 hours a day playing Morrowind every day, but they said that there's no need to remake it when they have, when they're automatic. They have software that's automatically bumping it up to 4K and unlocking frame rates. Because they could easily do a remake. But why do it? Why waste your time on a remake when you can let the software do the work for you while you work on ES6?
Yep.
But these companies feed the populace, the consumers, remakes because they didn't make enough money off of it in the first place. So let's just resell it because it's basically the same people who bought it the first time buying it again. It's not like they bring these remakes out and it sold 5 million before, and then the remake's selling 10. It's never like that. I mean, Final Fantasy was like 10 million, and this last one was exclusive too, and it sold 5 million. The Final Fantasy 7 remake or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, they're not doing anything special.
Rock went on a rant today, man, talking about about the remakes and stuff like that, which I agree with them to an extent.
But we're not demanding them. Like, you got people that are still asking for another Resident Evil remake, right?
Damn, like, another one? Shit.
You know, remake this. Now, I love Code Veronica on my Dreamcast. That was actually the first horror game that I went all the way through.
You're like,
I don't want to play it again. Give me Evil Within 3.
Hmm?
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to play a game that I already played.
See, the thing is like when it comes to like a lot of remakes or true remakes, they usually kind of like spice it up a bit by adding in things that weren't there before, or like changing up the play style a little bit, just like with Final Fantasy remake and everything. So it's like I can kind of like give them like flowers on that, kind of like spicing it up some, because like I wouldn't mind seeing a Lost Odyssey remake, kind of like where they kind of like spice it up like that as well. And it will be kind of cool because that means, hey, shoot, you're down to one disc. You ain't got to swap disc anymore if y'all remember that that type of stuff. But I definitely wouldn't want them to do like what they're trying to do with Final Fantasy, where instead of giving you the full game, giving you the all three discs and everything, they broke it up into like 3 different games and stuff. So it's like now the second part is coming. So how much longer are we gonna have to wait to see the third part?
It'd be cool. That'd be really good for Game Pass. If they did stuff like that. Just episodic stuff for Game Pass.
Well, they already said that they were going to be doing it. There were rumors that Perfect Dark was supposed to be episodic. We got games like As Dusk Falls, but it might not have mass appeal, but it's episodic.
Yeah, Perfect Dark. They pulled that. That's what caused the mass exodus of people leaving, which is funny because the ones, all right, that was never originally the plan. Gallagher and Phil already talked about it, that they wanted that to be a full game, but it was the Sony guys, ones who came from Sony to join Initiative, that wanted it to be 5-hour episodic and broken up and stuff like that. And that's where the bump back was, where it's like, oh, they got management problems. Like, no, there ain't no management problems. The issue is that you got people who are forgetting who's the chief under the tent.
Well, no, but isn't the Initiative set up to be that way, to be that kind of flexibility and have that? Because that's what they've always talked about, right? Open in, like how we're talking about on this podcast. Because we have people.
They say mobility.
Yeah, they're supposed to like to be that developer of all the other studios, right? Like there's all these other studios that Microsoft owns. They have like an agenda or whatever that they're following, and Initiative was supposed to be the counter to that, to be fluid. Isn't that what they were talking about?
That's what they said. But it just depends on what narrative you believe. Like, I believe what they said, what Initiative said about themselves versus what like PlayStation ponies made up to try to make Xbox look bad.
Right.
They said they wanted to be mobile. Like, they only had a small core team and they would be hiring. Like, this is what I said early. I said they said quadruple A, and then you had people say it was a typo. They're supposedly having management issues. What other game have you ever seen where you have a AAA developer come in to help with a game? Because Crystal Dynamics, those are AAA developers. They bring them in to make a game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that we haven't seen before. So it is what it is, man.
That's what I wanted out of the Initiative, right? This is how you get games like Pentiment and stuff like that, or you can have something bigger. right? I mean, it's just everything is so much in flux. I think you need that type of developer because they already have all these other studios that are working on specific things, which is great too. Like when I look at Microsoft, dude, they went from like throwing everything up against the wall to kind of shaping their own direction, like the roadmap that Unlimited likes to see all the time, which is true. Like they have this certain roadmap. The only problem I still have with Microsoft is I just want to listen to people as much as they do. Even though I mean, I think they've charted their own course, of course, their own way, their own
I
course.
mean,
But they
like
still do this.
fans.
Hey, Tool Man, what's up?
Not so much, just people, just that because even Phil when he talks, man, like they keep their finger on the pulse, right, in the gaming community as a whole. Unfortunately, like the whole thing with Redfall, right, about it not being online all the time, which I thought would have been cool because that's how you get the generally preceded enemies or generated enemies that they were talking about. But now, because people complain, they're like, "Oh, we're gonna take it from always online."
Bro, most people are gonna be playing that game through Game Pass. Game
Yeah.
Pass is all digital,
Right,
but
and then they have a multiplayer.
but we're complaining about always online.
Well, I think the people complaining is usually the people that don't care about Microsoft, number one, or they don't have the console or even Game Pass. And that's the thing for me. What's up, man? That's the thing for me. Like, Microsoft, I think they need to just start focusing on what's good for them. I know they're doing that. You know what I'm saying? It's just like when I keep on hearing that kind of stuff, and then you hear the usual suspects like, well, I think that guy Yang was the first person that popped up on. I don't watch these dudes, but they just pop up in my feed, and he's like, oh, they're gonna change it, and I'm like, dude, I don't. Do you even play? Do you even care about Microsoft or Xbox? The only time I see you cover the news is if it's something big like an Activision purchase or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's
but
just-
I think he's like a PlayStation guy.
Yeah, I think they're all PlayStation guys, even the Xbox guys.
Some of them.
They tried it. No, the correct term is neutral. The correct term is I'm a gamer. I'm not a fanboy.
No such thing as a neutral, bro.
Yeah, there is no such thing. 'Cause these are the guys that they'll say something about Xbox or Halo or something like that, and then they have that backhanded comment, just waiting. That's why I stopped watching a lot of these dudes, man. Just like I love that Dustin the Gary interview. I watched it because Michael Pachter was on there, and I loved him, man, because Michael Pachter just ran roughshod all over.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was awesome to watch.
Yeah,
And
the thing about it is that the vibe he was going with is that he was the true definition of I'm a gamer. But the thing is, everybody who likes to use that term, where they say, "Oh, I'm a gamer," but you're in truth you're a closet Sony fan and everything. In Packer, it was like, no, the dude just enjoys playing games on everything, but he's a businessman first, and where he's seeing is what you're getting. You might not like what he's saying, but that's what he's seeing.
Yeah, a lot of people now they grew up in that generation of Sony. It's just like me, man. I'm a huge Marvel fan, but I read all the comics and stuff like that. So when I deal with MCU fans, the Marvel Cinematic Universe fans, dude, that's the hard part. Because and then I became to realize that they have their own ecosystem as far as this Marvel universe, right? Because they only know the movies, and after 10 years, you kind of build your own little, you build your own stories and you have your own attachments. So I've drawn back from that, but still.
Oh, looking at what Google Poll is saying, Pacter's more of a gamer than Destin, and it's like, dude, Pacter's more of a gamer than most of these PlayStation fans.
Yeah,
That got their bread, man. So he should be playing games.
Yeah,
He don't have to sit at a job for 8 hours a day.
It was funny how he said, "Yeah, when I bought Mortal Kombat." No, when he said, "When I bought Mortal Kombat," when he was talking about Mortal Kombat. Oh wait, when I was given. I was laughing. I was like, "Yeah, dude, you better correct yourself."
yeah. And the thing about it is, what was funny is that it's not just him; it's also his wife. Both of them are gamers. Because he was saying like, yeah, he mentioned something about buying a copy of something for his wife or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're like, shoot, like I said,
The thing about Pac, it was funny because when G4 was pretty big. There was guys like him and Cliffy B that kind of gave gaming a personality, right? Because they were bigger. Their personalities were bigger than than what they actually do, right? Especially Cliffy B, man. Cliffy B was always on G4. I still like him to this day, actually, just because of his personality. Honestly, I agree with everything he said. Same thing with Michael Pachter. I take things he says with a grain of salt, but the dude
Yeah,
definitely.
I think Cliffy's only real screw up was when he let his head get a little too swole,
Oh, yeah.
and basically he more or less started like talking, basically like just bashing on the fans and stuff like that, and throwing Xbox under the bus and everything. I think that's what kind of like put him in a bad spot right now.
Well, fans can be sycophants too, so if you're a celebrity, you gotta watch out. You don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
It's not everybody. But
So-
that was the last segment, man, dude. Hey, did you guys? We can wrap it up. I gotta have to take my kids get something to eat real quick. But we can wrap it up, guys. Do you guys have any last words you want to say? Anything else you want to talk about?
Oh shoot, man! It's the only thing I can tell everybody who's watching is that I'm sure you guys already heard it from these fine gentlemen and the ones before that I wasn't here for, but I'm just going to tell you myself is just buckle up, just get yourself get your safety helmet and buckle up, because you think that today was special. Nope. It's about this. It's about to take a dive down the rabbit hole a lot more deeper, and it's about to get worse because you're going to see fallouts. You're going to see a whole bunch of people who are claiming to be, fans of Overwatch and Spyro and all the stuff, just losing their nuggets and throwing everything they can against the wall to hope to God that something sticks. And it's like, don't bother wasting your energy. Don't bother wasting your time on it. Just really don't, because something I've come to realize is that this isn't 2013 anymore, where they could say whatever they could and the average person, it would stick because they didn't know any better. I've been noticing lately that a lot of people just really don't pay them any attention and stuff like that. And I know I keep bringing them up. It's like, even especially with the Japanese, even they realizing what's going on and they're not liking it. But of course, yeah, I know people will say like, oh, but that's not stopping them from buying the numbers. Yeah, okay, yeah, look, that's the casuals. That's like over here too, man. The kids and the casuals really don't care about it on the same level that we do. They just go where their friends go. You're like, oh, yeah, I had a good time on PlayStation 4, so maybe I'll have a better time on 5. That's just the logic. You can't fight that. And I'm just telling everybody, don't waste your time trying to. It's not about that. It's nowhere. It's not even about those numbers anymore. And because the thing about it is that if it ever was about the numbers, then why is it that it's Microsoft able to buy Activision and not Sony? You got to ask yourself that. So on that note, yeah, I'm Fireballs. You can find me on Twitter. I am a former indie game developer. Well, I won't say former. I'm just kind of like in a hiatus. I'm trying to get back into it. So I'd say, just keep your ears glued to the ground and see what I do next.
Yeah, dude, and definitely, man, use this platform to promote whatever you're gonna do. Most definitely.
All right.
Sure.
Yeah, so Realist, man, you got anything else you want to kick off before we take
Oh
off?
no, man! I have fun like always when I join these shows, man. It's earlier than I thought we would be finished. I thought we'd be going about 2 a.m. But yeah, I'm on Twitter. Don't look for me on the other platforms, but it's the Realist on everything with a Z, because some other asshat took the Realist one with the S first.
Oh man,
Yeah.
that sucks, dude.
Right, at Eli the Realist on Twitter. But man, I'm fighting less and less with opponents, man, because I realized long ago that we've already won. I just need for my fellow bots to understand that too. Yeah, man. I have fun. Appreciate the invite. It's always cool to hook up with my compadre,
Yeah, brother.
boss man. But yeah, man.
Always.
Thanks for the invite again.
You know what, dude? It's always an open invitation. The podcast and stuff like that. I was thinking about formatting and stuff like that. We're just gonna make it like Google Hangouts. Plus, everybody has so much stuff to put out there. Like there's a lot of stuff you said that I didn't even think about. And I'm just gonna, after we get off this podcast, gonna let it swirl in my mind a little bit.
Yeah, that's what we're here for, man. Look, everybody, we're all nerds, right? It's somewhat cool to be a nerd now, but back in our time,
Oh yeah,
the chicks turning noses up at you. So like we're always thinking, man, like it's a hobby, it's a passion of ours. So
yeah.
there's things that are gonna be coming off of my hamster wheel, just like yours. Like every now and then I'm like, damn, that's true. And I listen to you guys. It's always a pleasure to find like because I never got on YouTube to listen to PlayStation people. Like I've not been in a PlayStation podcast.
That's a good.
Never.
There's no
No,
trust.
no point in it. No
And
point
so
in it
like
because they
and
speak
but
more. They speak more about Xbox than we do, man.
and
That's all.
that's what I find because I joined Twitter to find PlayStation friends, man. Look at when I joined, bro. I joined when I said I'm gonna get a PlayStation. Let me see what people are talking about when it comes to PlayStation. Those dudes talked more about Xbox than I did. So it's like, you know what? I'm going to my community.
Yeah.
But I've never gone into their stuff. But it's always great when I can go to an Xbox podcast and you don't have to hear a guy say, "Oh, well, I love my PlayStation." Now I don't go out of my way to say I hate my PlayStation because I've never had an affinity for it. But I don't need people to try to justify them liking their Xbox by saying they like their PlayStation too. Like there's no such thing as a neutral, man. You like one better than the other because they don't both do the same thing.
Yeah, we have a preference.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely. Dea, I love what Dea said when we were doing a podcast. She was saying she wants to get to the point where these podcasts will just be reflective of Xbox in general, like what we have, what we're looking forward to. We try and do that kind of stuff, but we're so busy battling, all the misinformation that's out there that it's hard to just do like you know, I mean, you could do it like on Xbox Live. That was the fun thing about Xbox Live. You get with people and then playing games that you love, and that's all you talk about. Like when I was playing, what's that, Back for Blood, and I ended up getting in with this group, and these guys like are old school, man. They remember playing Left 4 Dead on the 360, so I ended up playing it with them all the time. That's all we talk about. Left 4 Dead, Back for Blood, all that kind
Boy, that boy hit the beach, man.
of. Yeah, he got that. He got that hurricane coming in. No, but okay. So just really quickly, man, I just want to shout out the chat. I am so sorry. It's been hard to keep up with everything. I got to work on that, dude. It'd be kind of cool if we just take questions from them.
No, man, like everybody is in there. We pretty much like Go Poe, man. That's why he always got love for him. He's always got something to say. He's one of the more active people when it comes to anybody's podcast that I've seen. Like I see him in Dirt because the only people I really listen to are Dirt.
Yeah.
Of course, the guys that I roll with, you guys and y'all's little clique, because y'all are real Xbox fans. But every time I see him, he's talking his talk. He's an Xbox dude. That like some of these dudes is like, man, I don't know, man. But he's an Xbox dude.
Yeah,
He's always supporting the Xbox cast.
Yeah, like I said, man, it's like last gen traumatized a lot of these folks, man. It's like it traumatized them. It's like celebrating Xbox or being happy for Xbox. It's like a sin. It's like a cardinal sin to them. It's like, I can say good job Xbox, but I have to double back and say that. But you better do this. But they better do that.
But some of these guys know that they have a fair amount of PlayStation fans in their audience. So, that's why when they say things like that, you get the PlayStation. See, that's why I like Dealer. That's why I like such and such because he's not as bad a fanboy as the rest of them. He'll call Xbox out. They love it when Xbox fans call Xbox out. They love that. But I ain't for the righteous smoke or whatever else they come up with. Because, like I was telling Legal earlier, I said, man, there's not much that I can complain about Xbox with. Like 2022 was light for the first party, but I'm in Game Pass and they kept that bad boy stocked.
Yeah,
because
I
we keep it real.
Complain about last year.
Well, just when it comes to first party, the big games, like they didn't have any. But I was playing plenty on my Xbox. It was my most used console last year, and this year is like ridiculous because we got big games coming in there like Wolong, bro. I still have to beat Atomic Heart. I bought Hogwarts.
Oh
Haven't
my
beat
God.
that.
Have you played it?
Yeah, I got like 6 hours into it.
Yeah, I still gotta replay Pentiment. I gotta finish Nina Kuni because 2 just dropped 2 days ago,
Dude,
and I'm like,
I'm
Bro,
just
yeah,
bro, like I know you're the big Japanese guy, and you know I'm trying to get into them because I wasn't raised up on PlayStation. Like a lot of you guys, you know, that's what y'all had on PlayStation. That's where you.
Well,
That's where
no,
you like.
yeah,
no,
That's where you got it.
no, it wasn't a PlayStation thing. It's just that all the way
Where'd you pick
through,
it up then?
yeah, I'm a Sega guy. Here's the thing, all the way all the way from I want to say from Sega Genesis. That's when I got into JRPGs
Which
because
ones did they have on Genesis?
on the Genesis, see, this is why I love Sega, and it was a travesty losing them. Remember, everything that Sony is doing is out of Nintendo's playbook, where they try to choke competition out of the market by buying or more or less corralling everybody over to their platform. So while they have Final Fantasy, while they had Sammy and all these other JRPG makers coming over to them and stuff like that, Sega just said, "Fuck it, we'll just make our own." That's
Which
what I
one, like
love.
Fantasy Star?
Yeah, Fantasy Star. They had the Shining in the Darkness series, which I fucking loved. I want to see a new Shining in the Darkness. They had the Shining Force series, which was my first
I remember
introduction.
Shining Force.
Yeah, yeah, tactical RPGs and stuff. That was beautiful. That's what I loved. That's what hooked me into JRPGs. So it wasn't Final Fantasy that did it. It was Sega and stuff. That's why I'm kind of like, oh well, shoot. If Xbox was to scoop up Sega, this would probably be the prime time to see those type of things come back. But the more I kind of sit and think on it, it's kind of like, I don't know if that will happen because the teams that were responsible for that, they're gone. They're long gone.
Yep.
And yeah, Microsoft is Phil is in this thing of where he's not about twisting anybody's arms for doing anything. So
I just want them to pick up Sega because you have a backlog. You know, I'd love to get a Power Stone. I'd love to get, because I think they could work out something with Capcom.
Yeah.
Or Ready to Rumble and some of those other games that they have. That would be great for Game Pass.
I don't think they need to own them all. I just think that these developers need to start considering Xbox because them not getting these JRPGs hurts their growth in Japan. Like a lot of people don't know that Sony locks down region exclusives, right? They might release here in the United States on Xbox, but not over in Japan.
So that's why I like what Phil's doing. Like I'll just be honest with you guys, dude. I'm a product of the '80s, of course. Like, and I think realists can speak to this as well. Like when they dominated a lot of our pop culture, at least for me, right? But with everything that they did, but it's not like that anymore. So the problem with Japan is that they tend to do this as a culture, right? And I think Fireboss can speak to this. They tend to turn eternally, right, or internally with a lot of this stuff, right? So I just don't like. I guess, and maybe I'm just jaded. I don't really care anymore. Like it's cool that we got certain games I've been playing on. That's fine, but I wouldn't like hang my hat. And I know Phil. Like I think that's what Phil looks at when he thinks that he has those fond memories of Japan. But if these guys don't want to play ball, I don't feel like we really need them. And that's why I love Game Pass because Game Pass we're getting so much games from everywhere. Not just Japan. And like you're saying in real lesson, like I said earlier in the podcast, or I believe I said on this podcast, man, I'm old. But once you hit like Dea just asked this really good question, like what do you guys, and I'll pose it to you, I'll answer first, but she says, where do you see the subscriptions by the end of the year for Game Pass? And I'll reiterate, dude, if it gets up to 50 and 70, people won't be able to ignore it. They won't be able to ignore Game Pass. They will have to take it seriously.
Yeah, you have no choice because everybody's tired excuse as to why they still keep dinking around with PlayStation and Nintendo is because of the numbers. It's the numbers game. Oh, this is where the most people are, so this is probably where we'll find the most success. And it's usually kind of funny when a lot of them try to play that and usually try to play that and win that and kind of lose because it's like, wow, we went there because this is where all the people are. This is where all the rabid fans are, but nobody touched our stuff. They didn't even look at it.
Yep, yep.
But yet you have some success stories where they put it on Game Pass, and they're like, dude, it's like they're playing the hell out of it. They're not even just playing it. They're actually even buying it. What the heck? It's like you can only just shrug your, look at them and shrug your shoulders, like, yeah, it looks like it.
Realist, what do you think is the realistic, or what is your prediction for end of the year Game Pass subscription?
For the end of the year,
Yeah.
They're supposedly like 30 mil or something like that now.
All we can do is guess. Like the last number I heard was Sony complaining to Brazil that they were at 29 million subscribers. That was last year when Brazil published those letters.
Yeah, but I think they updated the numbers and they said something about it was 30.
They never announced anything, right?
Mm.
So my guess, because I said they should be around 35 right now, no less than 34. Once Starfield hits, once the PlayStation fans get it through their thick noggins that it's never coming to PlayStation and they have to at least go buy that Series S, it should be around 40 or better. No less than 40.
I'm a little bit more optimistic. I'm shooting for 50.
I appreciate it.
I'm actually between y'all. I'm actually around about 45. That's basically where I'm seeing. So, because I'm also kind of like, looking at a lot of people who are like looking over, and because remember what Legal and a lot of other people say is like a lot of the casuals still haven't picked up their current gen hardware yet. They're still kicking around on their PlayStation 4s. So,
I went to the store and they had 6 PlayStation 4s on the show.
Really?
I'm not surprised. I went because I went into the Walmart here.
Selling them for $300.
Yep, I went into my Walmart here, and I was, and my little brother saw that. He was like, "Wait a minute, why is that here?" That's all he could say was, "Why is that here?" And I'm like, shoot. I was like, people still on their PlayStation 4s and everything. So
yeah, well, their base is they're supposed, that's where the majority of the people are still.
Yeah. So
they believe in generations.
Yeah.
Well, people. So like I said, yeah. So like I said, so people are going to be, looking over, and they're going to, be seeing the gameplay of this game and everything, and it's like, yeah, granted, not everybody is an RPG or a Bethesda type person. It's just the fact of they're going to be seeing all this gameplay, and remember, out the gate, they're allowing mods out the gate. So there's going to be like so much stuff, so much content, so much things to do, so many videos. You're going to get people going to get sick with it, and then that's when the FOMO is going to settle in, because that's what it's all been about. It's FOMO. That's going to settle in. It's like, man, I'm missing out. I'm missing out on all this fun. Or I want to be a content creator, and I'm missing out on having content. I can't have that. So
that's another facet too. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I'm kind of like seeing them swell up to like somewhere around over 40.
Yeah. So I mean,
I hope y'all are right and I'm wrong.
What did you say though? You said like 40 million?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said 40.
Yeah, I hope that y'all are right and I'm wrong, because I believe that once they start to approach numbers like that with minimal churn, then we're gonna start to see bigger games, right?
Yeah.
Like a game like Arkham Knights, right? That everybody was like, it should be in Game Pass. Why can't we get that in Game Pass to combat God of War? You'll start to see stuff like that go down. It'll become more of a reality and with more regularity. Because it starts here with games like Wolong, like new IP. It seems like a lot of companies are using Game Pass to launch new IP, which I'm all for that too. But established IP is what drives the big numbers. Or a company like Bethesda or Activision. Let's just say Coalition made something different. Those are the types of things that drive big numbers in. Let's just say they got Grand Theft Auto and Game Pass. You know, you'll get people that come in for Grand Theft Auto, but they'll stay for all the rest of the offering. Because of course it wouldn't stay in there forever.
No, but that's what Phil's pretty much talked about, right? And you can see that's the direction that they're going. Because you have them come in, man. I mean, I hate to say it, dude. It's like a pusher, right? Just give them a was that iced tea?
Oh yeah, I remember the song.
Right,
But
just give them a case and get them hooked, and then you got them.
Yeah, keep them because at that point there's more than enough money to throw around. Because that's every month. 50 times 15.
Yeah.
My math not so good, but I know that's a lot of money.
Dude, I did Mr. Kima, man. I did this video on my channel where I was talking 100 million. that's what I mean. If I'm being honest, dude, that's the goal. I want Microsoft to use for.
Yeah,
50 million times. What does it say? 10.
And don't forget they're going to do the family plan, so you're going to have people who's going to be paying 25.
You know what, man? That's kind of like a double-edged sword because I know, like I just bought a third Xbox for my daughters, so I'm like, man, that family plan would have come in handy.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I prepay my stuff. Like I get, you know, the key site codes, but for them, I'm gonna see if I could do that 3-year flip. Or at least a 1-year flip.
Yeah. Can you still do that though? I thought they nerfed it.
Nah, they say you can still do it.
Okay.
Dude, that's what a lot of the Japanese over there doing. Is they're trying to do all, and that shows you just how much fans they are. Is they're trying to do all the tricks that we're doing.
Well, you know the economy, man. The economy is not. That's why I saw ironic, dude, that one of the senators brought that up today.
Yeah.
When she was talking about the Sony dominated Japanese market and how it's how they're a monopoly. I was cracking up there.
Yeah, we was having a bit of a conversation about that on Twitter, and you know, in the DM, like with me and Relis and Legal and stuff, we was talking about it and everything. Whereas, like the last I remember hearing was that the Japanese FTC was not going to contest the buyout. They wasn't going to contest it because, from what we all supposedly know, is that there's a reason why Sony, the PlayStation division, left Japan. Because the government got sick of them. They got tired of them. They wasn't going to get no more cutbacks. I mean, kickbacks and all this. They wasn't getting no more. They were like, look, man, y'all done burned through all these loans that you still owe and everything. And it's like, you're not getting no more. So they picked up and they let go of practically all their Japanese studios and shuffled everybody over here to the stateside, to California. So here it is. I'm under the impression that, yeah, they're not, you know, after I saw that article, that no, they don't seem like they got a problem with it. Now all of a sudden I'm seeing, no, they're going to have a problem with it. What the heck is going on?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Like I don't think they're on the list.
There's
a list of regulators that need to be agreed upon for the merger to go through. And that was all Microsoft, you know, when they entered in with Activision. It was nothing that was imposed. They said, we'll get it through, and it's contingent upon getting clearance from these regulators.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that Japan is on that list.
No, they're not.
Because it'd be nothing for them to just pull out of Japan. They barely do any business there anyway.
That's why the karma, right? The irony of it. That was used today.
And like, I don't even think they play Call of Duty like that in Japan.
No, not even.
They got some serious players. I was shocked, dude.
I mean, I saw them playing the hell out of Halo.
I was shocked to see that. You know how serious they are with Halo. I mean, dude, they got monsters over there. They got some damn monsters. You know, especially in Gears. You know, what's that one girl? Was it Weil Wheel? I mean, she looks like a fashion model. Man, she's a damn beast on Gears, man. She's a monster. and just I mean just looking all pretty, throwing her hair back and sawing somebody in half.
Pretty good.
It was like,
Yeah, I don't know. I need to develop an appreciation of scenes. I have a hard time watching people play games that I can play myself.
Yeah, when you can make that, it's
yeah,
amazing.
That's why I rock with that old girl. You know, she'll show the jugs off. You know, like, but to watch somebody play games, like, I haven't developed an appreciation for that yet.
now, like I said, I usually don't mind looking. That's because the thing is like it's like I'm not really into shooters and stuff, so I don't mind watching other people. But a lot of times it's like I'm usually too busy with like catching up with my own work, and when I take my breaks, I go play games myself.
Yeah, that's why for me, Game Pass is the real deal, man. Because there's a bunch of other stuff I could be doing. There's a lot of hobbies and interests that I have besides having my kids. Right? I mean, so there's things to occupy my time, and I actually make time to play Game Pass. In fact, it feels like a job sometimes. I'm not gonna lie, which I can't stand because we have so many games. You're gonna have to plot around. You know, like just the other day, I was like, okay, I got to get this far in COD, so I'll play like an hour. I got to finish my season pass on Overwatch, which I never got to. But then I started playing the latest Yakuza game. You know,
Well,
I chop wood in 3 hours. I chopped wood, sang karaoke, went fishing, and then like bought sake and just ate food and beat up some people. And then 3 hours later, I was like, damn.
yeah, see, that's the thing. So that's the thing with Game Pass. Whereas I hope the catalog keeps growing, and I hope it keeps giving more options for more people and everything. So, granted that Japan looks like a lost cause, but at the same time, I'm kind of still of the mindset. Whereas, no, they don't have to dominate. Nobody's asking them to do that. That's ridiculous. Just saying, hey, grab one or two more studios, and that's that. So that they can provide content to Game Pass that would appeal to those that like that content. Just like with Netflix, it's like there's something for everybody. Just keep bringing in something for everybody. And just like, the situation with the third party thing, so it doesn't bite you in the ass again later on, you got your own. Oh, okay. You decide you don't want to give us Octopath Traveler 3? Okay, fine. No problem. We got somebody working on a new Blue Dragon.
Hey, boss man, you don't have Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey?
Not anymore. I had the disc, but I gave them to a cousin of mine's because I already done beat him and everything, and now I'm at this point where I can't get him back because he done traded them off. And it's like this is over a decade ago, so this is long ago. But it's kind of like I would like to try to get them again, but at the same time, I'm like, I want to see if they try to, because I do know that Sakaguchi really wanted to try to do the Final Fantasy remake approach with Lost Odyssey. But I don't know how far those talks between him and Phil went. But last thing I remember is the dude is kind of jaded and at a point where he's ready to retire and quit the industry altogether once his tenure with Apple comes to an end, which would, kind of be a bit of a shame because through him, it was like that and Blue Dragon. So that's kind of where my pain point. That's actually where my only pain point is right now with Xbox and the Japanese is that when you look it up on Google, there's a lot of IPs that Xbox owns that are Japanese IP, but you don't see them in Game Pass. You barely see them on the store, and there's no clarity as to what is the status of these things. Google tells you they own it, but if they own it, why is it not in Game Pass? So that's all I'm about is what's the final clarity on that? What are we looking at? That's all. That's where I'm at. But yeah, I had those. I had another one called Infinite Undiscovery, which was actually developed by Square Enix. This was around the time that Square actually had no problem doing stuff for Xbox. Well, because they kind of had no choice because the PlayStation 3 wasn't out and ready yet. So they kind of had no choice.
They might not have that choice again.
Yeah. Well, hey, who, boo hoo. So yeah. So dude, it's like there's I don't know. The thing about it is, the only thing I can really say realist is like, if you really want to, monkey around with any of them, there's a good bit of them to try out, and there's different ones with different play styles. And the only thing I can say is, just when you just have a slow day, if you come across one, just give it a try. It's just, I wouldn't recommend anything that's 2010 and up. I wouldn't recommend, because to me, that's kind of where it really spiraled down to the bottom of the toilet, that the genre, because they try to, I guess, make it so sickeningly streamlined to a point, or try to make it too much of a dating sim, or whatever else, that it just stops being what it's meant to be. Because the only other hardcore JRPG person in his household is my old man, and he'll play it all. But when he puts down the controller saying, what the fuck is this, and walks away, that tells you already you just delivered hot garbage. And that man's usually, yeah.
I was gonna ask you, have you ever played Ease?
YS? Yeah, Nihao Falcom. It's funny. They actually put Sega Forever, was it one or two games that they actually put on the 360?
Which game was that?
I think it was in
Ease. In other words, Y, as some people call it, Wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, from Nihao Falcom.
That was on 360.
Yeah. They put one on 360, but I couldn't remember if they put another one, because the one they put on was already on PlayStation. I think it was like one that was on PlayStation 3 for like a while, and then they eventually put it on the 360. But I think there was like another one that came after that, because the thing with Ease is that Ease just like they just keep pumping them out, whether or not people are buying them or not. They just keep pumping them out. Shoot, man, if you know about Ease and everything, realist, and I guess you know about Trials, Cold Steel.
Rails, right?
Yeah.
No, I have that on the wish list. I want to beat the Ease games first.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, the JRPG, that's new for me, so it has to be the right setup. Like I like, I don't really like dialogue battles. So like when you brought up Ni no Kuni, like that's a perfect balance of turn based, because you actually get to control stuff.
Oh yeah,
it's more like an action RPG. Yeah.
Not really, because you have your I'm pretty sure I'm using the wrong terminology, but you still have to select your attacks and things like that, but you get to move around and you get to hit.
Yeah, you can put yourself in better positions.
Yeah, but like with Ease is like Zelda.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then it evolves into more of a like action RPG, where it's like, it looks just like Final Fantasy or something.
Oh,
yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and see the thing is like, the first one that actually tried doing that, but believe it or not, was Final Fantasy 12, and that's why I said 12 was the peak for me for Final Fantasy. That was it. That's where I cut it and run, because it's like everything else after that, it was just garbage. And 12 had so much where they could grow, because it's like, okay, it's cool that I can reposition myself and I can get from in front of this monster before it throws a fireball. But why is it that while I'm standing behind it, it does the animation to throw a fireball, it still hits me? What's the purpose of moving around? That was my only complaint with 12. But other than that, that was the first.
12.
Oh, was that?
I bought the ones off the list because I never played Final Fantasy like that. I played it like probably like Super Nintendo, and I was like, oh hell no, run magic item, like oh hell no.
Yeah.
And for years I said I didn't like. All right, quick story, and then I'll be done because it's getting late. All right.
Yeah.
Why I love Morrowind so much. My cousin found a case. My cousin found a case of CDs and DVDs, not DVDs, DVDs and video games. And I went into his room. I was like, "Hey man, what you gonna do with all this? You don't even have an Xbox or a computer." And he was like, "Take them hoes to the pawn shop." I was like, "Man, let me give you 20 for this case right now. That's all they're gonna give at the pawn shop. They're gonna give you $2 a disc." He was like, "Fuck it, yeah, man, take them." So I gave him $20. And so my thing, I was gonna take him to get store credit at EB. So I went into EB, and the dude was like, "Oh man, he went through all the discs, told me what he'll give him from it, and then he got to one disc and he was like, oh man, this is a great game, right?" I was like, "I don't know." He's like, "What?" I was like, I mean, my cousin gave me this. I don't want to play that game. He was like, "So you haven't played this game?" He was like, "I'll tell you what, I'll give you credit for all these, but I'm not giving you anything for this one until you play it."
You did the right thing.
And like that's when game guys were game guys, bro. That was like such a gamer boss move that he pulled on me. He's like, I'm the customer. I'm supposed to be right. This dude told me no. Go play this shit and get out of my store. I did that shit. And I've been a Bethesda fan ever since, bro. Like Bethesda, I was a Bethesda fan before the acquisition. I know you got guys like Kid Smooth who hype up Bethesda, but they talk junk beforehand. But I was the guy defending the bugs, bro. They're being ambitious. But I played Morrowind because that dude pretty much made me.
Yeah, my thing with the bugs was like I keep saying, and dude, I'm not as you kids call it capping. No, seriously, I'm one of the ones who was day one Oblivion and day one Skyrim. I wasn't experienced very many bugs. I really wasn't. But guess where I was seeing bugs at? When I always got the PlayStation version for my father, because my father was the only one in his house with a PlayStation. When I got his version, then we started seeing bugs. Then we started seeing game-breaking quests and stuff where he couldn't move forward. Then we started seeing stuff where he's at the top of the mountain in Skyrim, goes into a T pose and floats up into the rapture.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I started seeing that stuff. So the whole Bethesda thing, that didn't even start from the green camp. That didn't come from here. That started from the blue camp. And that
I never had bugs.
Yeah, but that was because here's the thing. The Gabriel engine, which they originally used, that was a Windows-based engine. That was never made to work for a Linux-based environment.
Mm-hmm.
Never. And then when they evolved Gabriel to creation, that just made things worse. So it's like, dude, you're taking a developer that has always been Windows centric, and the only reason they started branching into things like smart fridges and toaster ovens and all this stuff like that, and smartwatches, that only happened because of ZeniMax's old greedy leadership, where they were like, repackage it and resell it. Oh, it still needs another year? No, release it now and we'll patch it later. That is who was responsible for all that. But
Did
now,
you get patches back on the OG Xbox?
Dude,
I don't remember getting patches.
No, dude, the OG Xbox, I couldn't tell you because I'm gonna be honest with you. I never had the OG.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, after you know what? You never been in the conversations where I told people about my background. No, dude. Originally, I was a Sega man all the way, and I was one of those ones where, because you got to think about the time frame. Back then, I was very, very anti Microsoft and everything because a lot of the stuff that Bill and Ballmer were fucking doing. I was like, not jiving with them. So I was always one of those hardcore Japanese box guys. And so when Sega folded, I was one of the ignorant fools that was out there going around saying, because I'll take the L on it. Yeah, I was one of the ignorant ones out there saying, oh, this was Microsoft's fault, instead of looking into it myself to figure out that, no, this was a two-pronged thing. This was because we can say that, yeah, Sony drove them into a corner, but the ones who still put the knife through their own chest, was Sega of Japan. Because as much as Okawa tried to fight to keep that company alive with his own money, he couldn't get no support rallied from his own board of executives because they were too deep into Sony's back pocket. And it was so bad to a point to where Bernie Stoller of Sega America just said to fuck with it and just bailed. He just said, you know what, the hell with this.
Yeah, I remember that part, man. Stolar.
Yeah.
That was crazy, the infighting they had going on.
It was ridiculous. And the thing about it is even me as a Sega fan seeing that, because EGM was I remember Electronic Gaming Monthly was reporting on some of that stuff. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. Sega of America is giving y'all some good ideas. What's going on here? No, they're too proud and arrogant to take any ideas from Moore. Because Moore was originally one of the ones who said we should just go ahead and just sell the division to Microsoft. No, the board members didn't want to hear that. They were like, no, we refuse to do that. So they threw the idea at him to, why don't we just sell the components of the Dreamcast to them to make their console so we can put Dreamcast games over onto the Xbox, which wasn't a bad idea, but it wasn't, I guess you could say it wasn't something that was a wider scope vision idea, which is, why it was flatly rejected. So, but the thing is that I was one of those ones where I did not see that. So when the OG Xbox came, I turned my nose at it, and as much as I didn't want to deal with Nintendo, I rocked with Nintendo for a bit. And but the thing was that there wasn't enough games on there that appealed to me. And so when the Cube came out, basically it was like this: I had the Cube and I had the Game Boy Advance. And what was pissing me off with Nintendo was Nintendo at that time was trying too much to emulate Apple. So you know how like Apple almost every 6 months was dropping a new damn device. At least that's how it felt. That's how Nintendo was treating the Game Boy line. So you go out, you buy a new Game Boy, or you buy the damn DS. What turns around and happens? Oh, we got it with a backlight now. What the? I just bought this shit. Oh, we got it where it plays the old games now. What the? Yeah, God damn it! You couldn't win for losing. I was getting tired of that shit. That's what drove me off. That's what drove me off of the DS. So when they launched the 3DS, I told my friend, I said I wouldn't buy that because I'm willing to bet you. Watch, 4 months later, there's going to be a skinny version. And sure enough, I was right. There was a skinny version, and so I was like, man, I'm done with this. But what killed me with Nintendo was I was waiting for Twilight Princess, and I wanted that game bad because I was a Metroid and Zelda guy all the way. They held Twilight Princess hostage just so they can fluff up their numbers to sell the Wii. And that's when I said, all right, I'm done. I'm through. So I was like, well, shoot, where do I go from here? I don't do PlayStation, and normally being a JRPG guy, you would think that would be my next step. But dude, around that time, JRPGs were in a downward spiral. especially on PlayStation. They were tanking hard. I'm sure Sega Forever probably remembers.
Yeah, it was kind of like they went through that little transitional period, right?
It wasn't a very.
They had so many, dude. They had so many RPGs as well.
Yeah, they just weren't, and they weren't good. And so I just went into GameStop one day. I happened to see a 360, a used 360, and I noticed something I didn't really see with the OG Xbox. I'm like, oh shoot, wait, they got JRPGs, and these actually look pretty fun. And so I grabbed both Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey and take them to the counter with the used unit. And the guy was like, "Oh man, dude, you're gonna have a blast, dude. These are bangers, man." And I'm like, "Oh shoot, all right, well bet." So I went ahead and paid for them. Man, dude, I couldn't put neither one of them down. I couldn't put neither one of them down for months. And then I remember, like, it was like, I think like 3 months later after that, Tales of, what was that one that came out on the 360? Tales of Fantasia or whatever it was.
What's Symphonia?
I don't know if it was Symphonia. It was the Tales game where the main character had the black hair and had that wolf that he fought with. You probably, I'm sure you know which one I'm talking about. I just keep confusing of which one it is.
I can think of actually.
Yeah, it might have been Symphonia. But oh, that's it. Google poll. Thanks, man. Vesperia.
It was right. Okay.
Yeah, Tales of Vesperia. So I had those 3 games, and then turned around and got Infinite Undiscovery. So, dude, I was having a fucking blast. And since then, dude, Microsoft locked me in. They locked me in because they had what I was looking for. They had what I wanted. That's what I cared about. And it was like, that was it. The rest is history. I just kept shuffling along from there.
Yeah, I think it's important that Xbox kind of gets back to that a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially Game Pass.
Yeah, that's my only thing. That's my only thing because, yeah, sure, you can keep doing like you're doing now and keep, keep poking third party and all this stuff like that and everything. But we all seen how third party did them, in the end, what led to, the debacle of Xbox One. It's like you can only depend on that for so long. And that's why I keep saying is like, look, you ain't got to dominate Japan. Nobody's telling you to do something that's stupid and ridiculous. That's absurd. Just saying, have a foothold, have a presence. That's all. Have a presence and just move on everywhere. Yeah, just move everywhere else. Yeah, you got a team growing in Saudi Arabia. You got a team growing in Africa. They got a team growing in India. It's like, go other places. Because the thing is they got the resources to do that compared to how they were over a decade ago. They didn't have the resources then. They got the resources now.
They need to do that because Japan, again, it's not that phenomenon that they used to be. So it behooves them if they do, because a lot of stuff, like you see it now, like if you watch anime, right?
Yep.
You see that now. They're like me and my daughter are watching anime for years. I ended up watching it because she started watching it. And then I'll be watching some of the anime, and I was like, dude, that looks a little bit more Korean. And then you look at the end of the credits, where a lot of the art was done by a lot of Koreans and stuff like that. So you have places like South Korea, and then you have like Southeast Asia, where all these, they can pull from. And in fact, they're doing that right now.
Yeah, the whole animation thing's been shifting all over the place because remember at one point the animation was where it was dominated by Japan, then turned around and started being dominated by France.
Well, France, the comic books in France are just ridiculous. They look amazing.
Yeah, they Yeah, and it just shift the market. I mean, it just shifts around a lot and everything.
Yeah.
So, and the thing about it is, if they were to grab Sega, that's one little thing in Sega in Microsoft back pocket they could use if they were to get Sega. Is Sega comes with their own animation studio,
Yeah.
and it's a damn good studio too.
You saw
So
the Unreal. You saw the Unreal Engine 5 for Senua's Sacrifice, right? Or was it?
yep.
So,
Oh yeah, I looked at that whole presentation.
So they showed her the facial demo, right? And so I had just purchased. I shouldn't have done this, but I did it anyway. I bought the newest Yakuza that I talked about earlier. So when I was playing it, all I could think I was playing it last night, and all I could think about was that demo, dude. Because when you play that Yakuza, that Yakuza, there's a lot. It's not the. There's a lot of issues with the game as far as overall gameplay. It's still fun. I love it, man. I'm still gonna play it. But I was thinking to myself as I was playing it, man, imagine if they had that power of that Unreal Engine 5 and the backing of Microsoft, if Sega had the backing of Microsoft to make the Yakuza game, because it's set in feudal Japan. And then they do a really good job. It reminds me of the old, it reminds me of Shenmue a little bit, right? With
You talking about Ishin?
yeah, Ishin. So overall, you know what I mean? Like to me, that's like a $29.99 game, to be honest with you, dude. I love Sega, and I love the Yakuza series, right? But I was thinking, man, imagine if they took that power of the Unreal Engine 5, and then they incorporated that into a game like that, with that type of quality. Like to me, that's the kind of next generation that I'm looking forward to.
I want to see.
That's just graphics though.
I want to see.
But the Dragon Engine is trash anyway.
Yeah, you can. It felt dated. I mean, I just love the stuff that they incorporated into the game that keeps me hooked.
Yeah, a lot of that's the thing. That's the thing with a lot of the studios and publishers over there right now in Japan is that they're still chugging along on those old dated engines and code and stuff like that. I think to an extent, Namco Bandai is the only one that's willing to step into today, and from yesterday, and start looking at Unreal Engine 5 because y'all. I mean, I'm sure y'all looked at the recent Tekken trailers and stuff.
Yeah, my friend's been playing it on his channel.
Yeah, so Namco Bandai is the only one that's probably like, yeah, man, we're moving forward. We don't know what you guys are doing, Sega. We don't know what you guys are doing. It's like Capcom is the only second one behind them because there is like their RE engine. It may not be no Unreal Engine, but it's able to punch, at its weight, and I can see it growing a bit more. Unlike, say, the Crystal engine with Square, whereas like that engine was limited from the get go. Anyways, it's an engine that was that originated all the way from the end of the 360 generation, and they just never really properly maintained it. Or rather, let's just say that they didn't have the right engineers to help maintain it properly.
Well, that's what I think Microsoft can bring to the table if they're looking at picking up some of these developers, to help them realize their full potential. Now, internally, about realizing their full potential, I don't know about that end. What they'd have to do to get people to do that. Maybe the people don't want to. Maybe that's why these deals aren't going through. But the potential is there.
Yeah, I think what it comes down to is just like how it is right now is that Microsoft is just going to have to lead the way. They're just going to have to show that this is what this hardware really can do. This is what direct storage on your computer really can do. This is what our AI that's built in, because a lot of stuff that's supposed to be showing up on that's in the Xbox is supposed to be eventually making its way to Windows as well, like direct storage and all that. Mm-hmm. So we're not going to be able to see that stuff, until I guess you could say probably to like near the end of this year, with with Starfield and with especially this with Forza. So I really want to see what they pull out with Forza and everything, because I think Forza, even though everybody's like, oh, it's a car game. They always, expect the technical showcase. But the thing is, yes, but that's the key thing. It shows you what can be possible, because so many people have hated on Forza Tech, saying, "Oh, Forza Tech's giving them problems. They should go to Unreal." Why? Why? They've been they're masters with that. Same deal. Yeah.
I don't listen to any of these dudes. I wouldn't. If I had them, I'd just be like, yeah, okay, whatever.
Oh no, dude! It's all it is. It's just basically just. I want to say it's kind of like this. You don't see nobody, looking over at Gorilla, and saying stuff like, "Yeah, Decima is dated. You guys should move to Unreal." You don't, dude. Realist, you seen anybody say that?
Well, the thing that Sony fans like is the pretty graphics. Decima has proven that it can do that.
Yeah.
I mean, because but when it comes to people on this side, they don't give Halo its props for its outstanding physics, and they want games to look prettier, right? But it's running at 120, 60.
No bug.
Like there's no choreographed grappling hook like when you look at like a game like Ghost or Horizon. There's a grappling hook, but only where they tell you can grapple. Like people don't look at the small details before they start complaining. Like you're gonna get a balance. You're gonna get it one-sided. And to me, Sony's games lean more towards being pretty over gameplay. But no, you won't see them talking about Decima because they make pretty games, and supposedly that's what quality is. Quality is pretty games. So, no, they're not going to. But Unreal is predicated on looking pretty, and I've been warning people about Unreal, right? Because we're going to see a whole lot of games that look pretty, and then we're going to be disappointed. You're going to get games made by AA developers that look like AAA games, and when you start to play them, you'll see, okay, I understand why this game was $40. Like even when I play a game like Plague's Tale, it's pretty, but you can understand why they didn't charge $70 for that game when you play it and actually use the weapons and get involved in the game. You can see why it's not a AAA game, but it's a beautiful game. Same thing with Atomic Heart. You can tell that's not a huge AAA game, but it looks the part. And that's why I'm not getting too high on Stalker, although I want it to be great because I came up playing Stalker, Call of Pripyat back in the day, but it's going to be Unreal, and they're talking about teeth and all this other stuff when I want to see gameplay and I want it to feel right.
Yep. And you must have met and talked to my original lead coder when I was still running my team. Because that's basically it. That's what it comes down to. Because a whole lot of people are like, dude, how come y'all didn't just use Unreal Engine to make your game? It's like, no, he felt that it was more sensible to just make our own for what it was doing. The thing with Unreal, with engines like Unreal and Unity, is they are good for getting you off the ground. If you don't have the means to do it yourself, or you just don't have the time, they're good for getting you off the ground. And as long as your gameplay is a basic loop, that's that'll suit you. But when you're like trying to like do more advanced stuff than just looking good and things like that, that's where you start kind of like start running into problems, because there's a lot of stuff that you find yourself needing to cobble in. This is where my lead coder was basically explaining to the team, who were especially the ones who were like trying to vote for either going Unity or Unreal. He was like, here's the thing, when we want to do certain things that does not ship with the engine, we have to cobble it in ourselves. But there's a problem with that. In the end user license agreement, you're not supposed to do that. That's considered reverse engineering. That violates the end user license agreement. You have to ask them for permission for that, or face a lot of heavy litigation, which is, it's not worth it. And then there's also the situation where it's like this is probably something that you don't want to openly share, because there's a lot of open source engines out there. But there's a problem. For every change you make, you have to share with the community. You have to share with others. And so a lot of people are kind of like, oh, well, shoot, that's good for everybody. Yeah, it is. But in hindsight, what do you do when you have somebody who has a larger wallet or larger team than you? They take your code you just put out there and they beat you to the punch.
Fortnite.
So yeah, I mean, the thing is like, to a lot of people, like, well, no, dude, this is a win-win. It's not for the smaller team that got beat to their own idea. It's not always a win-win, and I'm speaking from experience and not emotion on that and everything. And a lot of people on the outside don't see that or think that. They think that, oh, this bigger team did it. That means they led the way. That means it's easier for you guys to do it. No, it's not. Because, the bigger the team, the more harder it is to emulate anything they do without any sort of blowback. Not from the team, but if there's a publisher involved, that's usually a bigger entity that flexed a lot more money, you could potentially look at issues from them. And a lot of times, they'll usually brush it off. But the biggest blowback is always from the damn fan base. And if the fan base gives you blowback, then that stuff, because remember how powerful the word of mouth is. That can taint the stew before you even get it off the stove.
Yep. Also the most powerful form of marketing as well.
Yeah, but it's a dual-edged sword. It's also the fastest way to tank something before it even gets a chance to get off the ground.
Boss man, you came in late, and my wife cracked the door, and gave me the look. So I'm gonna put a butt in and check in with you guys until y'all get ready to roll. But
yeah,
it's
so
been a real last 4 hours, Sega forever.
I know. Do you know the problem is it's not midnight here? So if it was midnight, we'd be going to 5 in the morning.
It's 1.
Where you are?
1.
Yep, same here. It's 1:55 here. So
well, no, yeah, it's 2 for you. Shoot.
Mm.
But for him, he's like what, 4 hours behind?
I'm like, I'm like at 8 o'clock right now. Oh, I didn't know it was that long. Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm talking about 4 hours behind as far as the time zones. But no, it's cool. Like, it's Friday night. So
yeah, dude, I used to be stationed over there where he's at.
Yeah, Firebox used to be stationed.
So when Sega Forever speaks about Japanese and stuff, yeah, definitely listen, man, because there's a huge Japanese presence there, community and everything, and yeah.
Well, we've gotten so much closer over the years, especially with everything that's been happening with China. There was a time, dude, in Hawaii, man, like the tourism industry here was suffering because a lot of people from Japan were going to South Korea. South Korea is popular. So a lot of people were going to South Korea and China, but then things were getting sour between the countries, and so they kind of migrated back to Hawaii. So the relationship here has been pretty tight. So I get exposed to the culture a lot.
Yeah. What was the thing they told me? There's no such thing as a true blood Hawaiian.
Oh yeah, we're rare, bro.
Like
that.
Nope. Yeah, they'll say only on those islands that you're not allowed to go to.
Yeah.
I don't know how true it was, but they said that if you were not authorized to be there and you go there, they are authorized to shoot you.
Oh no, yeah, it's protected, so you can't go. And
yeah,
that's the only Hawaiian that there's pure Hawaiians, but it's not as much. Like my grandmother, in my family, my grandmother was the last. her generation. So.
Yeah, all right.
But
Well-
dude, we can we can wrap it up. I know we ran off, but it doesn't matter to me how long we run. Dude, I actually love speaking, with you guys, especially with realists. It's the first time I've ever done a podcast with realists.
Yeah.
You brought some interesting perspectives to the conversation, and I see him online. Like I see him on social media, and then I know he pops in on everybody else's podcast. So it's actually good to have him on here.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, damn good wellspring of information, and if anything, it's like he brings another perspective into the conversation. That it's like you can have like four corners of a topic, but there's also the angles. You got your four corners, but what about your angles? He'll bring in an angle that you never considered and stuff like that. And that's why, like I said earlier, whereas I value having conversations with him, because it's like we might not see eye to eye on something, but he does bring something. In other words, when we have something like where we have a disagreement about something, it's not a thing of where he's just saying it because he don't like it. No, he's saying it because he's saying that, okay, well, what about this angle? That's what, that's what I like. That's what what I enjoy. And the problem is that when it comes to I hate to keep bringing them in it, but it's like with the Sony fans, it's kind of like, we're not coming at you from a place of hatred. We're coming at you from an angle where you need to consider that your time has come to an end. Your throne is about to get toppled. And none of you can blame anyone. You can't blame Microsoft. You can't blame Xbox. You have yourselves to blame because you let this happen. You allowed Sony to be complacent. You didn't push them like we Xbox pushed Xbox.
Yeah, they're in a world in their own, man.
Yeah. So, yeah, and the thing, and of course I know there's certain Xbox fans who are like, we had to push them. They knew what they needed to do. It's like, no. A lot of the stuff that they're doing, it did come from, a lot of push from the fans. Yeah, there was stuff that they were ahead on, but there was still stuff that was like, well, we heard you, and we decided to do this. So, yeah, and
it's funny because none of these Xbox guys who are pushing the PlayStation narrative, like what Xbox should do, none of these guys will apologize, and they need to, honestly.
The thing is, they're
so wrong.
They'll twist it around and say something like, see, they're finally doing what I said they should do. See, way to go, Xbox. That's all they'll do is they'll try to twist it around, repackage it, and resell it as something else. And it's one of those things where they're frustrating, and it's best not to even bother giving them the energy and the bandwidth anymore. Because a lot of them, I just unsubscribed from them. Oh yeah, Kima. Yeah, well, Mr. Kima said, blame the gaming media. Oh yeah, dude, they're just as responsible.
Yeah, they're the worst. That's why I can't wait for them to disagree.
Dude, that's kind of the thing. That's why they're acting so pissy with Microsoft, because Microsoft for the past few months has been showing them that we really don't need you.
I never did, actually.
Yeah. Well, I mean, dude, like what with the Keeleys and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, well, they could at least announce Hi-Fi Rush on there. Why? What for? They could have talked about Starfield. Why? What for?
I like to call it full outrage. Like these guys are just so they're sad.
Yeah. All it comes down to is that it's like, it's not a thing of Xbox needs them. They need Xbox. They need the news that they can get their clicks, but they know that they can't get their clicks unless they take that news and they can tort it and twist it in a narrative that brings them more clicks. And the most clicks they get is from unfortunately, from PlayStation fans. They have to twist it the way they do. When was the last time you seen any positive news, or at least positive news for Xbox, that wasn't presented the way it's supposed to be without a bit of a backhanded twist?
No, it's always like that, dude. That's why I stopped, listening to a lot of these outlets.
Yeah.
I basically just stay within the circle of people that we know. That's all I do.
Yeah, I mean,
Every time I hear something off, if it's a big story, right? Or like, wow, Destin interviewed Michael Pachter, and I wanted to listen to Michael Pachter. Or like when I'm doing something while listening to a video, and then it rolls over to like, for some reason, I get like, what's his name, like Maddie Plays or one of these guys. And I'm like,
he's another one, but I don't know. I guess the thing is like like y'all was saying, whereas like Bethesda fans are real hard and stuff on Bethesda. That I kind of had to kind of sink back and realize that, okay, this dude is a hardcore Bethesda fan, so so he is what he is. But I mean, but
I'll put it this way, like for the Bethesda fan, like when I was saying that too, what I mean by it's like I'm a Steeler fan, so of course some years are better than others, but you don't give up on the team, right? And if you're having a bad year, you kind of look at, what can we do to improve? Why are we weak here? What's going on with the coaching, or why is the defense doing like this? How come why do we have so many people injured? But you don't give up on the team. Then after that, you look for the good stuff. It's like, oh, dude, man, but our linebacker, dude, he's an all-star this year. He'll be in the Pro Bowl. Dude, he had like 14 sacks leading the league. Stuff like that. That's what a fan is. That's what a fandom is at its core. But gaming is so generalized now, right? That it's hard to have that type of fan base.
Yeah, because despite how light in the loafers Microsoft, Xbox was with the things that I care about and everything throughout the Xbox One generation, I stayed Team Green.
Right.
And I was able to find stuff that actually I enjoyed, like State of Decay 2 and everything. Well, State of Decay 1 and State of Decay 2. I was like, dude, I was having a blast. So yeah, dude, I'm like you just said, man, where it's like, instead of quitting the team and stuff and bailing, no, I found, it's like I found what fit, I found what worked, and I reassessed, like, okay, well, all right, what's going on here? What can we do? What can the team do better? What can we expect to see? So yeah, I mean, I'll put it to you like this: it was a lot better than with Nintendo, because the shit they were pulling, I was done. I was like, nah, I was like, dude, we can't keep doing this.
I had a Switch just to play Animal Crossing, but after playing the last Animal Crossing, both me and my daughter were like, yeah, we're done.
Yeah,
we were like, dude, this is less than the game that came out before. And then they started charging and stuff like that. I'm not saying I don't understand why they're doing it, but after you experience some of their other games and they go backwards like that, you're like, nah, I can't do it.
Yeah. See, the thing is like, I give them credit on presenting classic style gameplay that guys like you, me, and Rillis, the Sega Man and E-Rock and Legal and stuff grew up on. I give them that. So if you wanted that taste of old school gameplay, then they can give you that. But at the same time, it's like, you get kind of tired of the gimmicks, because people want to sit there and say, oh, they're innovative, they're innovating. No, they're giving you gimmicks. Same with PlayStation. Oh, they're innovating. No, they're not. They use gimmicks, and also they copy. They look at what others are doing, they copy that, and then they spin it with a gimmick. Out of the three, the only one that's truly innovating has been Microsoft.
Yeah, agreed.
And the thing is, with this ABK deal, I'm gonna leave it with this, because it is getting time. Is that this ABK deal is special because, as we all know, everybody listening and everything, is that Sony and Nintendo have been dragging this market into the dirt. You can sit there and say what you want about the sales numbers all day, but let's all be real. The market has not, it's like, well, not the market, gaming itself has not been really evolving. Now it has a chance to finally evolve. And now that one of the biggest anchors out there has been pulled on board of the Xbox ship, there's no more excuses now. It's going to move forward, and whether or not Sony and Nintendo like it, they're being pulled into the future, kicking and screaming. Because, I mean, I'm sure Microsoft said, "Oh, we'll figure out a way to make Call of Duty run on the Switch." We'll see. Because I mean, dude, the right programmers can work all sorts of magic. But at the same time, I'm kind of the mindset, whereas they could be talking about the Switch too.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah. So that's all. But the thing is that Nintendo really wasn't trying to push a Switch 2 anytime soon, because they're still selling the regular Switch like freaking hotcakes. I mean, dude, that's old dated tech that they're practically just spending pennies on, making millions.
It blows my mind how many units they move.
Yeah, and dude, remember what I said the last time I was in here? I said that you would be shocked because you get people who go into the store who are these hardcore Nintendo fans, and they don't just buy a Switch for themselves. They buy a Switch for everybody in the damn household. Oh, I got 2 kids. I'm going to get a Switch for me, a Switch for them. And yeah, let me get a Switch for my wife. That's what they do. And I mean, it's unreal. But that's how their numbers have gotten so absurd and stuff. But the critical thing also is for the younger crowd, for the kids, when they reach a certain age, a certain threshold,
Mm-hmm.
they put that Switch down. And the only ones who seem to really be beholden to those Switches are guys who are either our age or I'd say like 1 or 2 generations behind us, because they grew up on Nintendo. But
I equate them to like Disney. They kind of have that built-in audience.
yeah, but their kids are want to go where their friends are. My friends are on their phone. My friends are on their iPads. My friends are on their computers. My friends are on their PlayStation. My friends are on their Xbox. That's where they want to. That's where they want to go.
But it's funny, it's such a Christmas console as well. When parents are looking for it for their kids, because you're always going to have 2-year-olds every year, or 5-year-olds and stuff like that. So.
Yep. So the thing is like it works out for them, but then it just becomes something that's just gathering dust. Just like I'm looking at my little brother's Switch right now, sitting right here on my desk. It's been sitting right here on my desk for practically 6 months now. The last thing that was bought on there was Splatoon 3. He installed it. I think he played it maybe 2 times because he's supposed to be big into Splatoon. He ain't never powered this thing up since.
Yeah, what is he? Like you're saying, you talk about the turnover. I'm definitely not disagreeing with you, but it does matter because there's another like young kid on the way up.
So, yeah, no, dude, I agree with you. You're right. Mm-hmm. So, but the thing is like, I don't know how long that's going to last because me and Legal joke around about it, but the fan base that keeps that wheel turning is slowly dying off because when those kids, like my little brother, gets his own kids, he's not going to be like, hey, here's a Nintendo. With his own kid, here's a Nintendo. He's not going to do that because he doesn't. It's like whatever fond memory he may have of having a Switch, it was pretty short lived. Unlike, say, our generation and the ones behind us, where our fond memories with Nintendo were more longer lived.
There's something about their brand IP though. Especially everybody just dying for the new Zelda.
Yeah.
And
So
my daughter,
yeah, like I said, it's like as long as our generation and those one or two behind us are still alive, those IPs are going to keep selling, and they're going to keep selling. As long as they keep having kids, they're going to keep throwing those IPs in front of them, and everything. But it still comes down to if those kids are going to keep them going. So, but anyways, man, dude, I ain't gonna hold you up any longer because I need to go take care of some stuff, and I know you said you need to take your kids to go eat.
well, funny, my daughter just left with the mom. But yeah, I'm gonna go check in on my son, and then I'll just probably go play Yakuza.
Oh,
I was doing the karaoke, man. I was struggling, dude. That was hard. I was like, dude, I don't remember being this bad on the karaoke, and I was like, and I gotta up my level on the udon. I messed up on a couple orders. I was like, dude, I'm getting old, man. I don't have those reflexes anymore.
yeah. Oh God, I forgot about all those little mini games and stuff.
Yeah, that's why I love it, dude.
So
I was doing
I
that. I
don't
was
know,
like
dude.
playing go seek and beating up people. It was fun.
I don't know, dude. I know you say like the Unreal Engine and everything like that, but I would love for whatever team joins over there was to join Microsoft. Personally, I would rather they just get somebody smaller, because you got Itagaki, who wants to go Team Green, because he's always been Team Green since he was with Team Ninja. I want him to come aboard, and I would love to see him, like him spend a year being taught how to use Forza Tech. And
don't get me wrong, I would be happy for anybody.
Because dude, that man, his mission has always been to make the highest level hardware scream mercy.
Right.
And that's why I'm like, I would love to see what he tries to do. If Phil was to finally reach out and reach out to this guy, because he's been beating down their door since the Series X launched. So he actually left his original team that they had in Canada, Valhalla. He left them to start his own team Itagaki.
Oh, wonderful. So, I mean, I think a lot of stuff will come out once the deal's solidified. Which, what the Realist was saying, Realist, correct me if I'm wrong. I think Realist was dropping about sometime in May. He said, right?
Yeah, I think also because Realist also said this too when we was talking about it. Is that another thing? Also, is that they could be in holding, where they're waiting to see what these guys do first. Because there's no point grabbing them when the last thing they done was practically like 12 years ago.
Right.
And we don't know what they're able to do now. So if anything, they could be saying, okay, well, look, here's a dev unit, because remember, they've literally been giving dev units out. So they're like, okay, here's a dev unit. You can use Unreal Engine 5. You can talk to us about our Forza Tech. You can talk to us about our slip space. There's another engine they own. I'm trying to remember what it is, but yeah, they're like, you can do any of these, or you can use Unity. Just take your pick. And if you have any issues, we got a support that can help you out. We can send people out. Let's see what you can do. So that could be it. They could be just waiting to see what these guys are able to do. But I would just love to see them, like bring in any of these teams and let their engineers basically guide these guys, saying, okay, all right, we see what you're doing, Sega, with this Dragon engine, but it's dated. Why don't our techs work with your techs, and let's make the Dragon engine into a fucking monster?
And that's probably the conversations they're having, right? I know it's easy for us to say, well, I'll just put myself. It's easy for me to sit here, by Sega, by EA. I have my reasons that I'd like to see it happening, but the fine details, of course. I'm not an industry person, so I don't know exactly what's on when we're talking or what has to happen and stuff like that. I'm just looking at it from my perspective as a guy who loves Sega or a guy who wants to see Sony die, right? So if you get EA and they had Madden, right, and you turn that into a live service game, which I think they should do with Madden, then Katie bar the door.
I'm like I said before, I'm of the mind where it's like I don't feel that PlayStation needs to die, and I don't want them to die. And it's not a thing of, I got fond memories. It's just that I know what it's like to have my favorite platform snatched from me, and more than once. Because remember, we started out with Atari.
Oh yeah.
So I know what it's like to lose your platform of choice more than once, mind you. I know what it's like. But at the same time, this is where I'm at. If it takes, it's kind of a thing of natural selection. All right. It's kind of the thing that falls into what Apocalypse always says, about being fit to survive. All right. If it takes PlayStation to go away for these fanboys to get their asses back in their lane with all this rhetoric, all this craziness, sending death threats, sending out dick pics, and all those. If it takes that, then I wouldn't bat an eye. It's a shame, but I wouldn't bat an eye.
Well, this is why for me, dude, I don't like to use the word toxic because it's so misused right now, honestly. But this is where, to me, it actually applies. They are the most toxic fan base I've ever seen in gaming ever, right? And we've been around for a long time. This isn't like the good old days when it was Nintendo versus Sega. These guys are a whole nother level of ignorant, right? And so, to me, the main problem I have with Sony, right, is that they're not doing anything to push us forward, if I'm being perfectly honest. Right?
No, they're not.
Natural selection should have already picked these guys to be taken out. But the problem is they're being propped up. Right? They're being propped up by false narratives. They're being propped up by a gaming media that grew up in a PlayStation generation and don't know any better. Right? And you can see that when they do their shows, when they do in print media, right? And it's the same thing. Like a lot of people, I understand what they're trying to say, but on the Sony side. But at the same time, a lot of the stuff that they say, Sony does. So not only do I think they're toxic and evil, but I think they're just holding us back. And if they went away, I'll be perfectly honest with you, I don't think anybody would miss them. I could either see them just going away altogether, which I wouldn't care, or somebody getting them like Tencent. Like Tencent would probably be the best option for them. Some people say Apple. I'm only saying Tencent because of that the Asia connection. Right? That to me that would make more sense. So. And they have their properties and stuff like that, but I don't play them. There's nothing that they offer me personally. And I know a lot of people tell me that, I'm just being petty. And yeah, I am being petty. But if you look at things honestly, and I try and look at things honestly, they really they hold us back, dude. That's all they do. And then we got to deal with their ignorant fan base, right, that are also holding us back. If these people existed when we were coming up, I say this all the time, I'll say it again. If these people existed when we were coming up gaming would not be here. That's how bad these guys are.
Yeah.
They don't want to experience anything. That's what I was saying with Hebot earlier. I 100% agree with Hebot. The only thing I was saying, and I think I was saying this to Realist as well, is that these guys are brand gamers, man. They care about the Sony name, the Sony brand. Right? I don't feel like they play their games or they care about their games for real. Or they look at it. I don't think these guys ever take the time to see how Sony is helping or hurting the gaming industry. That thought doesn't even cross their mind.
No, yeah, because it's like I said earlier, It's like I said earlier. It's like they just roll over and let Sony just do whatever, and they don't demand better for their dollar. They don't demand better.
'Cause to
So
them, it's like a person who buys like a luxury item, right? You know, that's for some people, it's the quality in a sense, but a lot of times it's just so people can see what you have. It gives you that self gratification, and we see that a lot on the Sony side, dude. That's because when they're not talking about like you guys were saying earlier, they'll talk about Sony maybe what 4 or 5% of the time if I'm being nice, but the rest of the time they're talking about everybody else and mostly Xbox.
so,
So
but yeah. So like I said, dude, if it comes down to where if it takes them having to go away, then I'm not going to bat an eye, because it's, like I said, survival of the fittest. And if you're not willing to evolve, you're not willing to course correct the things that are wrong that are holding you back, then you are not fit to survive.
dude, if you look at what's going on with Call of Duty, all the business talk aside, well, they're just being Jim Ryan's just doing his job. No. They're doing his job, but to put Sony in a better position. That's what doing his job is, right? So you see all the things they're doing just to block one deal, to block this deal, right? It's time for them to go. I mean, honestly, they need to move on. They need to go out to pasture. They need to, I extend that olive branch that they extended to Sega back in the day. Go third party, right? It'll be fine. Go third party. You'll sell more games. You'll be better as a publisher instead of hardware. Hardware doesn't fit you anymore. All that crap they was telling us Sega guys. So now the shoe's on the other foot. And when they disappear, I'm going to crack a bottle, right? And I'm going to celebrate on this channel. Well, I might celebrate on E-Rock's channel because E-Rock and Tuckmaster are waiting for the same thing that I am. So I might just join the chat over there and just revel in their demise, to be perfectly honest with you. I just don't, there's nothing. I'm just done with them, dude. I'm done with them. I'm done with their fan base. They are showing themselves to be the evil empire that I've always known them to be, and now they're the evil empire on steroids because they know their time's up. Like Realist was saying earlier, right? They're on borrowed time. Right? They definitely are. So for them to disappear right now would be perfect, and then Microsoft can usher in the new age. They can take the lead. They can take the lead in the gaming industry and start maneuvering us to a better, more how can I put this? A better and I won't say prosperous. That's the wrong word. But anyway, just a better gaming industry altogether, right? With their innovation, that's it. Innovation, pushing the limits of technology, being inclusive as they are. Even though I hate that word too, right? But that's basically what I'm looking at. So sorry. So yeah, let's wrap it up, brother. So go ahead, give me a shout out, man.
Okay, well, as I said earlier, name's Fireboss, PHYERBOSS. You guys can catch me on Twitter. It's very rare you see me going back and forth with any of these mules. That's what I call them. Everybody calls them donkeys or mules. I mean, ponies. I just call them. I just call them mules or asses. And basically, I'm just telling you all, don't bother wasting your bandwidth and your brain cells, because as I told one, I said, in all honesty, there's no point even calling you guys a mule or a donkey or anything like that. There's no point. You're practically transformers, because I'll tell you one thing. I'll bring the facts to the table. I will present a conversation. You will transform everything right there in front of me to suit your and it's like, don't waste your time, because you're dealing with people that will never ever give Xbox any sort of flowers. They won't say that, okay, all right, yeah, Gears does look good. No, they'll never say that. They'll never say that, oh yeah, okay, well, Halo actually is playing pretty good and seems to have a nice little base still going despite the slow content. They'll never say that, ever. You're wasting your time. So that's all I have to say. And Sega Forever, sorry I got in here so late. Thanks for having. Yeah, I was in a session. That's basically people pay me to like draw stuff they want. They need me to draw, and yeah, it's basically a full-time gig for me.
No, dude, you got to do what you got to do. That's why Unlimited, man. It was so funny what he said in the podcast. He just said, like, yeah, we start off with like you start off with realist, and then we ended it with Fireboss. You know, it's because I mean that's how the podcast is, and it's gonna be like that, guys. The one thing I'll tell you about the podcast, and let me shout out the people that came in on the chat, dude. Mr. Kima, thanks, my brother. Global Pole, of course, man. I love you, man. You know you're my brother, bro. Always speak the truth, man. No matter what it is, dude, just be to you. Just be you, man. Just speak your truth, speak your power. And like I said, you're welcome, dude, if you ever want to come on board. Especially, I'm going to start doing pop culture podcasts, man. If you want to jump on that, just let me know. There's a Tolo came in. That's a first-time viewer. Actually, has some really great points that he made. I'll try and get better about flashing the comments on her as well, guys. I'll work on that over the next couple of weeks. Of course, we had Sega Man. We love having my brother in here. We had Dea that dropped in. She couldn't make it because she wasn't feeling well. Totally understandable, Dea. But what I'll do, Dea, if you watch this later, if you're watching now, I'll always just send you the link. That's what I'm going to do for everybody. Boss knows I do that for him. Well, I didn't do that last time, huh, boss? I kind of forgot. There's some of these links I said I thought I caught you and I didn't, so my bad on that. Louis Frag, dude, Louis Frag is old school, brother. Thanks for stopping in, Louis, man. Thanks for the support, bro. Always got your back, dude. You're an OG. I don't want to miss anybody else, just real fast. Yeah, that's about everybody that came in.
All right.
Yeah, dude. So, again, dude, if you like, and if you're in the chat as well, oh, Two Man, my bad, Two Man, how can I forget you? And Mr. Kima dropping the knowledge, dude. I thought it was Vesperia, but I wasn't sure. I'm glad you and Global were able to correct it for me, man. I'm old, so I can't remember every single thing. But dude, if you come on this channel, dude, your opinion matters. Even if I disagree with you, man, it doesn't matter to me, man. This isn't like Survivor, man. We're not going to take a vote and boot you off the island. Dude, we had a podcast where E-Rock and Mr. 100 was going back and forth. That's just the way it is. Dude, you always have a voice here, man. That's the way I am. You know, expressing your opinion and freedom of speech are paramount to me, not just in gaming, just in general. And I want people to come here and feel comfortable. And yeah, it can be uncomfortable when you're sharing your opinions and people don't get it. But at the same time, man, just stand on what you believe, dude. Like it was cool to have Realist in there. Him and Gogo was going back and forth, but it was all, it's all in love. Because the truth is, there's podcasts you can't do that kind of stuff on. And then when it comes to Sony, you can't do that at all, dude. If you consider yourself a Sony guy and you step off that reservation, dude, you're done. They will. They'll take you out faster than they'll take out an Xbox guy, man. I've seen it. Those guys they are true believers, man, to the nth degree. And that's like I reiterate again, if they disappear, I'll be a happier person for it. I'm just being honest. But anyway, thank you, Fireboss, bro. Much appreciated. Thank you for your perspective. Just a real quick one more outro, man. What happened next week, because I'm a week off, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to do a podcast next week as well, and that'll get me back on schedule with what the podcast is supposed to be. So just to let you guys know, and I'll probably do a video on Monday updating the channel. I need to do that. But yeah, Fireboss, bro. Again, thank you for being here. Xbox All In channel, Wrecking Crew podcast. We out.
All right, man. Thanks for having me. Later, y'all.